we're going to be getting back into our Survivor Man challenge and doing all that kind of stuff. For those who didn't see what the Survivor Man challenge is, basically the premise of this is that we survive or start. We start with a chainsaw, no money, and all that in a dream. Yeah, so the command is Survivor, not Survivor Man. Did I type it in right? I think it did. Make sure I actually hit done so the category set and everything. But, so we basically start with the minimal amount you can do anything with. So when we started, I actually started with this, which is just a place I could fast forward time. We started with this, just so stream didn't have to watch me pick up piece of log by piece of log, one by one, till our brains wanted to fall out of our head. So we just went ahead and made this. I have one of my rules: I may not sell that truck. I also may not lease or take loans. And since then, we got ourselves a pair of greenhouses that are making us money. We got a bunch of fields over here that have been going pretty solid off in the distance. So you see, like, you got all these fields going over here. We got our sheep. And their most recent addition is this giant field over here we've added. We've had to create all of this ourselves. This is a special map called No Man's Land that starts with literally nothing on it. And everything else has been going on. Where I left off, we had just finished getting these fields prepped and are now working on seeding them. So let's see, it's this button to let the AI take over that. So you go do that. What else needs doing right now? Let's check out our production lines and all that. Our production lines, you're perfectly fine on water. The bread is fine. So we need to go ahead and empty the flour out of our granary. How are the animals doing? The animals are doing quite excellent. So let's go pick up flour, take it to the bakery, and get all that going on there. Yeah, so right now what we've got going on is I've got the fields here to my side. The fields all over here, they have been growing wheat. And then the big field out there, so far we've done sorghum, which is just another grain. So you use it to make flour and bread and yada 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 as well. So right now we've been leaning in on that. And that's because FarmSim has a mechanic where if I were to sell just the crop, it makes okay money, but if I take the time to take the crop and process it into something else, I get a bit of a higher cut. If I go and I take that and I process it into even more, you get even more money. So it just has, like, production lines, stuff to incentivize you in doing more and more with your products. But, so right now, we take our grains, we put it into the granary, we make that into flour, we take the flour, put it in the bakery, we make the bread, and then we sell the bread. And right now with the sheep, we just get wool. Eventually we'll start making that into cloth and clothing and all that. It's a very different games, but it's been all good times. The other good news is with the sorghum, I'm going to be making enough of a surplus in flour now that when it comes to the time of year that flours we're selling, because they do have like seasonal prices and all that, the price of flour will go up and I will have enough extra flour to just sell it. Which that's usually, I think it's like January, February, something in that time frame. That actually kind of sucks that those are there. It's fine. I'll just shove them out of the way. Normally there's icons in all these places that show you where you're supposed to put stuff and that kind of thing. I've done this enough on these maps to know where it is, so I've turned them off so, it just looks better. Okay, so we have maxed that out. Let's kick out the flour. Let's grab the bread. And if you're wondering how the stuff is just teleporting on the back here, I am running one mod, well actually two mods. I'm running one mod that is the map itself, and then I'm running a second mod that's called Universal Autoloader, and that's just because once you get to production lines, otherwise it becomes Forklift Simulator, and that I actually don't really enjoy. So we're just dealing. Oh, right, it's set to... Yeah, it was set to only accept full pallets. So I do need to get more of this out of it, because the granary will fill up and then no longer allow me to add more to it. So we're just avoiding that for the moment. And meanwhile, our other tractor's still doing the seeder. And for the record, we've got the other tractor driving around on my behalf. I am paying them to do that, so that is cutting into my profit. So there is a balance behind it. Alright, so we can pull over here for right now. Actually, I'll put this over by the bread as well. This is all going to be surplus. I'm pretty sure that there's no reason for me to keep it around. Because if that is full, I have nothing else. That, oh my god, you broke. Yep, I am no longer... Oh, you mean I am broke? Yeah, no, this is actually... I've had worse. This entire run is about being basically broke as can be, and then, you know, scraping together enough money to do the next thing. So we will quite often be pretty close to having no money left. Forever and ever. The good news is every one of these fields I get set up, and every one of these things that gives me another means of getting income and all that, is just another thing there that we can just deal with. Alright, so we can go ahead and drop that. Now this tractor really can't run my the fertilizer wagon as much as I'd like it to. It also can't run the big plow. It physically won't let me. It also can't run the seeder. So this tractor, we've reached the point this tractor's not as useful, but that's fine. Is there anything on a good sale today? I mean, we got a cultivator, but it's not a big one, so I don't really want to get it. How much is the bigger cultivator? Because that's one of our investments we want to do, is we want to move to getting the sprayer and the cultivator. That's going to make things go well. So that's 36 meters. Okay, so that one just has a bigger capacity to it. That's 36 meters there, 33. Yeah, so these sprayers are pretty good. So that's one of our things I want to get, is I want to get the sprayer, and then we want to get a cultivator. That's because right now we're using the plows to do everything, and they don't get very big. Versus if I get a plow like this, it's 15.7 meters, whereas the plow I'm using is 6. So it's literally almost 3 times. Did we get a surviving colony? Nope. I was warned it was balanced around, this is talking about RimWorld from earlier, I was warned it was balanced around having the combat, or advanced combat mod, and you can definitely feel like they really intend on you having better guns and all that kind of stuff, and like leaning into it. Which is fine. I just don't have that mod, so it is one of those things that we'll see. I'm currently in my head waffling between if I want to give that mod a go again, or if I'd like to just go and do some other challenges that don't require mods. Like, I do think I'll do more RimWorld here. Not today, but on the channel in, like, the coming week or so. We'll see. I'm going back and forth on that. I've been pretty indecisive on what I want to do lately. That said, I did decide that I was going to put Space Engineers aside for a while. Basically just looked at the numbers, and it was really not doing well. We were getting about half the a little over half the normal viewership we've been getting. Like, to give you an idea, when I play Farm Sim, I'm averaging somewhere in the area of like 95-ish concurrent viewers, give or take. Space Engineers was averaging about 58. Whereas other games I started the stream with were averaging significantly better than that. Usually in the upper 60s or so. So Space Engineers was an outlier and not doing so good. But that's fine. I mean, that's what you do, is you play a game, and if people seem to be enjoying it, you play more of it. If they don't, then you don't. Easy peasy. And you can be selfish sometimes, and if there's a game you're really hyped on, you go, well, I know it's not really my channel's jive. I'm still going to play it because I want to. That's fine, too. Space Engineer is fine. I enjoy it. I wouldn't say I'm, like, you know, going out of my way excited to play it. So that's kind of the whole thing there. And I know I've been bouncing through a bunch of games lately. I'd actually expected to put a lot more time into Traveler's Rest, but we got soft locked. We got hit with a weird bug that the employees wouldn't show up, and we tried restarting the game, firing and hiring them again, and a whole bunch of other stuff, and the only thing I didn't try was starting over a brand new run, but considering how long it takes to get to the employees, it was like, nah. You know what you mean? I said, Travelers is so fun, but you had the same bug? Gotcha. Did you ever come up with a fix for it, or is it just you got stuck with the same bug and went, well, I guess never mind? Because that's where I was at. I was like, okay, clearly this is a bug. I don't know if it's, like, uninstalling. See, I even tried reinstalling it. Oh, that never reinstalled. I understand. You stopped, which is what I did. My thought is we're just going to wait to the next major update, and then I'll give it our go. That's kind of where we're going to go with that, I think. That said, I'm not too worried about, because pretty soon we should have Enshrouded coming out, so that's going to be fun and exciting. I really debated getting into Eco. It looked interesting, but Eco looks like one of those games that really, 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 really wants you to play multiplayer. That playing on your own will take so long to do anything that probably not the most fun to play and or watch. I haven't played it, but that's the very heavy implication I've got, is that it is really intended to be like a group survival game. Now, the interesting thing for me is I've heard that like the water level rises and all sorts of stuff, so basically, if you start acting in an unsustainable way, the planet does gradually get messed up, which is kind of curious. But where there's been a whole bunch of friends at channel have been playing like in servers and all that, I didn't end up getting a hold of a copy, unfortunately. And then, you know, between hesitating to buy it and everything, like half the people have already stopped playing. It seems like that's a game that people all jump in like one big group for about 2-ish weeks, and then go on to the other things, which is not unusual for people in Variety, is to play any given game for a week or two, you know, hit like the conclusion of it and move on to the next one, with rare exceptions that there's a game that's particularly popular with their audience or their particular interests or whatever, which RimWorld has been one for a lot of channels. Let's see, that's about the time to beat it. Then what you do, replayability is meh. Gotcha. I understand. So, let's see, do you think a game with lower viewership would be alright for like half a stream weekly or every other week? Like Elden Ring run or something? So, I used to, way back, I used to have what I referred to as my A-B strategy, which was I would have 4 days of one game, 2 days of another game, and 1 day that was like our throw we don't care game day. And that's fine. The unfortunate, really annoying reality of how the business side of streaming works is when it comes to consideration with what games are going to give you keys, sponsorships, all that kind of stuff. The one and only statistic 99% of those group care about is what's known as your CCV, your concurrent viewer count. And so it is one of those things you have to be very careful about lower viewership stuff, because being like over or under 100 CCV will literally mean you don't get offered keys. Like, and it's really alarming how abrupt it can change. For example, when I was with Project Zomboid, where I was averaging like 120, 130 viewers-ish a night, so my CCV was like right around 100 for a little while, give or take. You know, I barely like beat back the keys. But the moment it dipped down to like 80 or so CCV and then started dropping when Zomboid started falling off the map, like instantly it was like the spigot was just turned off, and the only keys I could get 90% of the time were like little indie studios who were just like chucking a key over the fence. And some of those games are excellent, for the record. Some of them were really not, but you know, we played a bunch of those. But it is unfortunately the reality that you have to do that. That's actually one of the things that some other channels... Does one stream a week really impact it that bad? Well, let's imagine we'll try and make easy math. Here, I'm gonna do it. Here, I'm gonna let the AI take over. Let's do some quick like little math here. So I have the calculator on my screen. So I stream 6 days a week. So you can go with that. So let's say I'm averaging 85 viewers for the other 5 days. So 85 times 5. And let's say that for the one stream, let's say I pull in 50 viewers for the average. And now I divide that by 6. That does pull the average down about 6 or 7 average viewer, which isn't a huge deal, but that can be a pretty significant thing. So that said, I'm not, to be clear, I don't always be like, I'm only going to play the games that perform well. There's a reason I have, like, the 100,000 points you can make me play a game to give me a reason to play a game outside of the stuff that strategically makes sense and all that kind of stuff. There's times that I just really want to play a game that I know doesn't make much sense. I didn't do it this league, but every single Path of Exile league before this that I've been streaming, literally every single one just about, I've taken at least a day to like 5 days to just play Path of Exile, and it always does horrifically on this channel. Like, it really does badly. So I still do that. But there is a balance of how much you can get away with doing stuff that is not going to resonate with your audience. Because that's the other thing. I can play a game that doesn't do as well on Twitch, but is aligned with what my audience would want to see, and I should pull mostly the same numbers. Like, let's say I average 95 viewers with this. I actually don't know what it is off the top of my head. And I go and I play... I'm trying to think of a game that has like no viewership normally, but is, you know, a solid game. Let's say I go and I decide to play Graveyard Keeper. Graveyard Keeper is an amazing game that is excellent. Its viewer count on Twitch is usually hot garbage. But because it's a game that I would likely have a decent number of my audience who'd want to see, which I'm pulling that one out because it did do well on the channel when I played it. So Twitch it's bad. But for my existing audience, it's good. I could justify that, like as like a one or like not even just like 1 or 2 streams. I could do that for a couple of streams, and that's totally fine because it shouldn't hurt my numbers that bad, because the existing audience tunes in. But when I go to play something that isn't going to resonate with my existing audience and is not strategically makes sense for, you know, streaming, that can be rough. And that's the problem with Elden Ring. Is Elden Ring falls way outside what you'd expect to see on this channel. So a lot of my regulars won't tune in for it, or if they do, they might just lurk, which is fine. Like, if you're not going to enjoy the content, I understand. You know, you do what you do to stay entertained. But it's also something that strategically won't go in, so I expect to do really badly. That's kind of thing. Which ultimately, if you looked at the numbers for Elden Ring, it looks like it did okay, but you also have to kind of put the little tidbit of, we had a really big raid earlier in that stream. So if you actually look when I switched to Elden Ring, and it was just like down the whole time. Which I enjoyed the game, for the record. But it's just not similar enough to the normal content we see here. And that's the thing. Like, variety you can pop in and out of genres. It's just you have to be careful how much you do it. Like, I could play a puzzle game. That'd probably do okay-ish. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, I wasn't doing as well, partly because I'm rusty, partly because I couldn't even tell you the last time I played a game with a controller. It's been since I've started streaming, but it's probably been single-digit times since I started streaming that I've used a controller at all. So I was definitely dealing with a lot of rust on that end. And then, because of the nature of streaming, what you could do is you could sit there and like take the time and just explore the map and look around, get a little bit over leveled while you're trying to find all the things. But when you're streaming, you feel pressured to not do that, because I know I personally wouldn't watch that. Like, I wouldn't personally find that entertaining, just watch someone effectively grind monsters while they check every little corner to see what items they can find. So it is one of those things. So I was going into a lot of stuff way under-leveled and underprepared, considering we didn't even have a full set of any kind of equipment. I don't mean like a full set of like having the elite knight's armor or whatever, having literally a helmet of any kind, rings of any kind, or anything like that. I think I had a talisman, pants, gloves, and a chest piece. We had an okay weapon, but we could have certainly done better. I didn't take any time to craft anything up because I hadn't messed around with enough stuff to kind of get an idea of what I would want to craft up. Because as well as things, I don't know about Elden Ring versus the other Souls games, but it was one of the mistakes you could make in some of the other Souls game would be like take your first weapon and start crafting it up. It would be okay, but versus waiting a little while and then crafting up something better you find. But I don't know, like, I deliberately keep myself in the dark in a lot of those games because I do enjoy exploring the world and learning the game as we go kind of thing. But because of that, there's a lot of getting to bosses early and throwing myself against the boss for a while. Good thing we only leveled up like 6 or 8 times the entire time during the stream, which is not much. Versus if I was going much slower and cautiously and more exploring, we probably would have had 1.5 or twice that many levels, I would guess. I can't say for certain. There's definitely a couple times I threw away a whole lot of runes because just face slamming a boss again and again. But no, it's just one unfortunate reality is you do have to be mindful of what you're doing. It is as much that streaming is fun, that it is an engaging activity for me as the content creator, that I do enjoy it. There's also a very strong business aspect to it that does kind of influence the way you have to approach things. It's all that stuff that ends up being the less fun part of streaming, is the doing your research about different games and all that kind of stuff. You know, chasing down sponsors so you could hopefully get a hold of a key and, you know, maybe get a little money thrown your way to, you know, play whatever the new game is or whatever's getting a big update. You do have to, like, chase down people for keys, being like, hey man, I do see you're getting, like, your big update, I'd love to play your game on my channel, yada yada. You have all the not fun moderation stuff you gotta deal with where, you know, people decide to be uppity and cause drama, and then you gotta deal with it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But, so you end up having to do that, where it's like whack-a-mole with all those. Good tractor? Thank you. Sadly, this tractor is almost 10 years old in our run, so it's good, but also really not doing great on the whole maintenance department. But, you can see our money up here is a little bit of a limiting factor in this particular challenge. So, we live with our incredibly exorbitant, repair costs. It's just the way we live. Not gonna lie, you and Automod tend to be good friends. Yeah, so for the record, in case people are curious, I actually don't have Automod turned up that strict. It's like one peg above, like... So you have not running at all, which I don't recommend to anyone, because, you know, links and everything get past there. So there's one step above that, which is like... basically only like the absolute most awful stuff gets caught, and I'm the one peg above that. I believe there's 2 more steps stricter than I have. 1 or 2 more steps. I haven't looked in a while. And they do have it now where you can start like breaking it down a little bit better, being like, okay, I want to be more lax about bullying, but a little more strict about this. I haven't really customized that part. Nor do I personally feel like it. Like, don't get me wrong, you know, Automod does jump on people for stuff that is certainly not that big of an issue. But it's usually the context is the issue. Like, the words being said in the different contexts are awful, but in the given context are fine. Or there's a lot of times where people will say stuff that'll flag it as aggression, and usually the aggression, I'm like, no, but really, also, why would you say that? You know, calm down. Yeah, no, I definitely am in agreement. I would rather it catch something and be like, no, that's fine, allow it, than it not to catch something and you sit there and look at it and go, oh, that's really awful. And, you know, you have to then go in and, like, delete the comment. Most of the time, like if it gets to that point, usually that's kind of the, alright. Like, there's definitely... I like to give people second chances and to be understanding and all that. But there's also some things I'm like, yeah, that doesn't get a second chance. It's like, if that's what you opened up with, you're gone. When someone pops in, first-time chatter, drops a racial slur, it's like, yeah, and gone. We don't need to live, like, I got better things to do than deal with this. We're also eager for that huge field to be harvested, I guess. We actually did harvest that field. It's just we haven't got our payout for it yet. Well, that's unfortunate. So I got to make a run for more seeds. What about a long-time chatter dropping a slur? So with stuff like that, it depends. If a slur is dropped where it's clearly ignorance, like that kind of thing, then, you know, you try and make it into a learning moment where you're like, hey, we're not gonna say that here. Like, not that I'm gonna go through the specifics on every single thing and why this word is bad or whatever, but it's like, hey, we're not gonna say that here because it's not something we want to have around here. It's fine if you want to have it, but like in this place, in my house, we're not gonna do that. If it's something that very clearly was with intent, like say they get into a discussion with someone else who is open about their demographic and they say a slur about that person's demographic, it doesn't matter how long you've been here. If you attack another person in the channel in that manner, the door will hit you hard and fast. So you get the idea. There's definitely nuance. There's not, you know, straight up out the door, unless it's like a word that you should absolutely know better than. Like if there is a word that's like, if you say it out in the public, someone's liable to like punch you in the face or something like that because it's like that far out of line, not okay, then obviously that's the whole thing. But there is nuance. There's no I've been here for 5 years so I can get away with anything. No. Now, if you've been here for a while and you make a mistake, it'll be like, hey, I'm going to be timing you out, like, figure it out. You know, don't do it again. But I will definitely say, for a first-time chatter kind of thing, yeah, the bar is lower on what it takes to get you knocked out. Because, if like, it's one of those things, if you show up and the very first thing you say is say something awful, my premise, if I look at the number of things I've heard you say, is 100% awful, you know, you can kind of figure it out. Yeah. Right. And you'll find even when people pop in here sometimes and they do start with something that's not great, again, depending, there's definitely a point of there is no, like, this is too far. That does happen. I'm suddenly realizing I'm probably not going to have enough money. We can go ahead and get 2 packages of seeds, and if that's not enough, we will have to sell something. I mean, I'm just trying to keep this going as long as I can without having to sell any more than I have to. Drew, a lot can be ignorance, knowing how bad something is. I see that happen in a lot of other places. Yeah, so especially if it's something like there are words that are very harmful and phrases that are very harmful, that there is one of those things that there's a common ignorance to it. I'm going to be more willing to turn that into a learning moment where you say, hey, here's why we're not doing that. And I'll have people like, oh, I don't agree. It's like, well, that's your own problem, man. The classic, this is my house, I make the rules. If you want to hang in my house, you know, you gotta play by my rules. This is not a democracy. It is what it is. I have to answer to Daddy Twitch. Or if I don't enforce TOS, I'm the one who gets punished. So I'm gonna enforce their rules. And I also have that safe space tag on it, so when people start crossing lines, I gotta start, you know, start slapping people and saying, stop it. Behave. That's hard to change, and thank you for doing so. The very last 13... Okay, I understand. I was like, I changed what now? The very last 13 saying, yeah, I grew up around the R word and just using it in general to insult, not knowing how bad it was. Yo, and for the record, that's the same thing, like, I had. It's, like, Like, it's not that I used it constantly or whatever, and you knew it was like an insult or whatever. Like, it wasn't something you said out of kindness. But you didn't realize how actually bad it was to say. Like, that there was real harm in the word. And I also feel like it became more harmful in time because, you know, people move on from using one word to the next word, and it just gets worse and worse. What's TOS? Terms of service. It's that thing that every single person and every single platform has to obey if they want to remain on that platform. Why am I losing money? I'm losing money because I'm paying someone to drive my tractor. Yeah, no, it is one of those things that when you are around others, it's kind of the people you're around, you are going to pick up stuff from, good, bad, or otherwise. So it is one of those things that, you know, you be mindful of that. And I've made those decisions in the past that there were people I used to hang around when I was younger that I have chosen not to. Because while I had fun around them, you know, they had pretty awful habits. Not all of them being like that kind of thing. We could also talk like awful habits like, you know, real bad drinking problems, those kind of things. And that while you're around them, they effectively influenced you. Not that it was a deliberate or malicious or whatever thing, it's just, you know, you are going to pick up stuff from the people around you. So there's a classic, you know, if you want to work on self-improvement kind of stuff, try to find others who that's a motivation or a drive of theirs that they're working on as well. And, you know, you can kind of all feed into each other. It's the reason why, like, when you're trying to do better about working out and all that kind of stuff, it can be good to surround yourself, like, go to the gym with others or, you know, whatever your plan for health is. Because you'll try and, you know, pressure / keep each other honest with that stuff. But the reverse also works. If you're by a lot of people who are pretty big jerks and all that kind of stuff, you're going to end up picking up some of those things, whether you want to or not. Like, the line will get blurred a little bit. So it is a thing to be mindful about that. Not to say being around a person who's got this, that, or otherwise, now suddenly you're contaminated or whatever. But it is one of those things that you're going to be more and more similar to the people you surround yourself with. But yeah, no, for me, like, I grew up around with people who would use the R word. Not as a regular thing, but it was used as an insult. It was used in the directly harmful way kind of thing. And I also have a very close friend of my family that their son, who is now, I mean, their son's older than I am. So their son's like 42, 43 right now, but has cerebral palsy. And so is kind of stuck roughly in the 8 to 10-year-old cognitive function, and they're never expected to get far in that. So, you know, you sit there and go, hey, just so you know, like, this is really tough, hearing you people say this, because, you know, I'm dealing with this person, and that is what people will, when they're being nasty, will call my son. And then with Toom, when we got married, her sister has cerebral palsy. And unfortunately, even less cognitive function. Barely has motor function. And is in her mid-30s? And it's one of those things that, you know, again, when people genuinely mean harm, that's the word they go for. And so you realize what ends up happening is by using that just as, like, you know, you're playing a game, you're being playful, whatever, you're normalizing that word. You're making it so that people who do genuinely use it for harmful purposes are more able to do so because you're kind of removing the taboo to it. But yeah. So it is one of those things that, like, you know, I had someone talk to me and say, hey, just so you know, and I was like, oh, yeah, well, I mean, like, you know, I love this, like, not love this kid, I don't want to exaggerate. It's like, you know, this kid, they're a friend of the family and everything. Like, I would be sad if something happened to them and all that. Like, I don't want to be the one causing that thing. You know, the one at the 8-year-old, he understands when he hears a word and it upsets him because he knows that people are talking about him in a bad way, kind of thing. You know, and all that kind of good stuff. But you know, the other one doesn't, because like I said, she's nonverbal, barely has motor function. We'll never know how much she can understand or comprehend the world around her because she can't communicate it with us. But still, it's tough. So much of this, let's see, when you are around folks that use certain verbiage, that's your verbiage you'll use. Oh yeah, no, you'll pick up stuff. You'll even recognize you're picking up a bad habit. Like, even if it's nothing like that extreme, like you'll, you know, just like randomly swearing when it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, or being very short with people, being very direct and short, which, you know, some people's like, well, I just say it as it is. I'm like, also, you say it like a jerk. Because you can say it as it is and be kind. These are not things like, the circles aren't totally separate circles that can never cross. You can be kind, but also be honest to, like, almost to a fault with people. You just gotta take the time to do it. Guy says, you can craft an email that sounds like a perfect sterile nightmare. I'm told in the company that I make my emails that are bulletproof. But how you casually talk entirely based on who you surround yourself with? Yeah. Question. Do you have some sort of number count? Do you have some sort of number count from chatting and chat visible? Number count, like how many message people have sent? So, I don't do anything like that. I can look that up if I wanted to, but I probably wouldn't be. You know what? I never brought back YouTube chat. Hey, my apologies if anyone's trying to talk to me over on YouTube. I had to close it to switch games, and then I forgot to reopen your chat. Good. It doesn't look like anyone said anything. If not, then YouTube is lying to me. But yeah, so what I do have is in Twitch by default, if someone is chatting for the first time in your channel, it will put like a big border around it for me that says first time chatter. That's just built in it as well. I also have one that comes with Twitch as well that's returning chatter, and it's not just anyone who's returned ever. It's someone, you know, that they haven't tuned in for a month, 2 months, whatever, and come back. So they've been away for a while and come back. That it does basically highlight it so I can see it. So if you're someone who's only posted a couple of times, it's not going to stand out one way or the other to me. Versus if it's someone who's popped down, it's like literally the first message you drop in here, and it's something awful. And for the record, it's a normal mod behavior as well. That if you see first time chatter and it's something like, hey, streamer, can I ask you a question? It's not that everyone gets, you know, pushes ban. Everyone hovers there for a second. Because you could have genuine, perfectly fine intent. But that's one of those things that quite often is almost always followed by something awful. Just, for whatever reason, it's something, or overtly personal to a point that they shouldn't ask. Like, hey, can I ask you a question? Do you live in this city? It's like, that's none of your expletive business. Don't dox yourself. How old are you? What company do you work for? It's like, no. Tell me this incredibly personal information about yourself. Yeah, the immediate request to overshare. Now, granted, I wouldn't ban someone for that, but that would be like, yeah, I'm not going to give that information, sorry. Like, the internet can be a very unsafe place sometimes. No need to feed it. Yeah, Uche saying, yeah, when I mod, the moment you hear a streamer read that, you hover on bad. Oh yeah, because usually it's something terrible, like, so it can go all over the place. It can be something that's like, hey, can I ask you a question? Can you shout out my friend? No. Like, you know you're self-promoting. Like, very clearly, you know you're not supposed to do that. Or can you answer a question? Something racist. How do you feel about this very divisive political issue? Hey, streamer, can I ask you a question? But, And again, it's not like it's one of those ones you don't want to hit ban immediately because it could be genuine. Some people be like, hey, can I ask you a question? Why are you using the tractor you're using? Hey, you know what? That's a totally fair question. Why am I using the tractor I'm using? It's because I have $184 and I got it on sale. Actually true. When you're working with a registration team, same. Let's see. Sure thing it says, your thing when it comes to how do you answer. Oh yeah, how do you handle racist question, or how do you handle like this, or like what are your moderation policies, or are there any mods in chat? All of the ones that every single person who's a mod chat gets their mouse right over the ban button, just be like, all right, I don't know where this is going, but it's probably not good. Oh yeah, like, hey streamer, what do you think about the assassination of this important political figure? It's like, you know what? One, I actually don't know who you're talking about. But two, if I did know, I'm probably not going to answer that in stream live. I feel like that's immediately trying to get herself in trouble. Yeah, Drago's saying, and then there's me who deleted my account. Totally new email linked and immediately reintroduced myself. Yeah, that's fine. Thanks, very helpful. You're probably less than 20 messages so far. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Like, I'll recognize if someone doesn't talk very often, because you'll notice the people who are regular chatters in your stream and all that. But the fact of the matter is, almost every channel, with a very rare exception, is usually gonna be hovering around like upper 60s to lower 70s% of their audience are lurkers. And so there's very really like lurkers make the like Twitch doesn't exist without lurkers, like very genuinely. Yeah, the card says one thing is to decouple the intent. If your intent is to hurt, you can feel it quick. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. Like if someone drops in and first time chatter and the very first thing they say is like something that is like really on the fence of okay, usually that sets up the intent really quickly. Because for those who don't know, and this is a common tactic used by, let's say, less than altruistic groups is the way I'm gonna phrase it. Groups who tend to not be particularly the most upstanding of people, and I am being as kind as possible in how I say this. Basically, we're talking about groups who are total dumpster fires. But these groups that are like they're there that they have real problems with other demographics is the way I will phrase it. It is a common strategy to join into a space and to drop something that's kind of on that edge of okay, not okay, and see how you react to it. And if you react to it and you immediately stamp it out, they move. Because they realize it's not a place for them. But if you don't, then okay, and maybe later they'll step a little bit farther. More into the way they actually feel about these things. And they'll basically test out. Oh yeah, and they'll always be like, it was a joke. Don't you get a joke? I'm like, nah man, you didn't say joking or sarcasm or kappa or anything else. So, it very much heavily implied that was what you're saying. And it wasn't a joke that contextually made sense or was interesting or whatever. It says, Twitter doesn't exist with hatred for everyone. Twitter's pretty awful. Yeah, no, it was a joke. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. I've had that one plenty of times. This is one that upsets people. One of the ones I will do is if someone gives a joke that is very clearly like racist, ableist, whatever, like it's definitely a problematic joke. Sometimes the thing I'll do, not on stream, I haven't had to do it. But like in person, it's like I don't get it. Could you explain that to me? Like I'm missing the funny part. So you said this. Like could you please? I'm not really understanding. And you'll have the person start walking circles around the joke because if it is a joke that has that whole really awful background, they have to eventually it's fun to make fun of demographic because awful thing. I'm like, oh, I don't understand why that's funny. of course they go away because like, you don't have a sense of humor. I'm like, I don't get what's funny about making fun of people based on, you know, like really awful, hateful things. If that's your idea of humor, man, you need to step up your game. It's like, that's like your entire humor is punching down at people. Come on, you can do better than that. Give me some wordplay. Come on. Give me some misdirection. Do a yes and. Like, do you need me to buy you a joke book? I can find them. Give me some really corny dad jokes. There's a dime a dozen of those, and most of them are actually pretty tolerable. If your jokes hurt someone, then it's not funny and you should learn comedy by Kicks of the Sun. Yeah, no, it's like, a good joke shouldn't have a victim. That's the way I'll phrase it. A good joke shouldn't have a victim. Or, yeah, or if there is a victim, it either needs to be the person telling the joke or someone who is openly on board with it. Like, if you look into a crowd and you crack a joke about someone and they're not laughing, they're a victim. You have failed at humor. Yeah, and the concept of punching up. Yeah, that's also the other thing is, it's okay to punch up, it's not okay to punch down. Now, some people argue the punching up thing, but that is kind of thing. The reason why the punch down thing is so problematic is you have someone who is in a vulnerable position, however you want to go about saying it, but they're in a vulnerable position, and if they say something back, it could potentially be harmful to them. So, like, you know, when the boss is cracking jokes at your expense, you know, if you sit there and you pull the boss aside and say, hey, man, that's not expletive okay. Don't say that about me. Like, and the boss gets all hurt because they're like, well, it's just a joke, man. Like, you're not on equal footing. You know, versus the punching up thing, you know, yeah, the boss could take it poorly and fire you or whatever, but you've assumed the risk there versus, you know, going after someone who is not necessarily in a position they can push back. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab the stuff in the greenhouse to sell, because I need more money for more seeds. Wait, actually, do I? No. No, I don't. What am I doing? I haven't used the other seeds yet. I was like, I'm out of seeds, let me go get seeds. Like, right, I bought the seeds. I was like, wait a second, I never filled up again. But yeah. It's one of those things. And don't get me wrong, there are people who are completely comfortable with having jokes that are not as, like, comfortable to them. But it's those things, you know, the read the room. Why am I grabbing this? What am I doing? Brain. Look, let's have a nice little conversation here for a moment, Brain. I just acknowledged twice. Would you... So I've ordered the tool to do it. I've got two keys on my keyboard that are not responding reliably. One of them is what is my apostrophe key, which is normally the Q key for most people. Like that's where it's positioned on the keyboard. So that's what detaches and reattaches equipment. And so you'll notice I'll go to stop to pick up a piece of equipment. I'll have to push it like 2 or 3 times. That's what's happening. Then there's also the H key for me, which is the J key for everyone else. Is that right? I think that's correct. That also. It's definitely the apostrophe key is way worse for me, though. Like, between the two of them. But it is one of those things that I've got a, it's a mechanical keyboard, and all I think I need to do is I can pull out the key, like, not the key cap. I've already checked under there to see if cleaning it up would help. It did not. But like the actual switch, like pick it up, clean the contacts in the bottom and see how it goes. Because I'm really irked, because the keyboard's only a couple of months old, and my last mechanical keyboard lasted me like 7-8 years. So I'm a little I'm a little pissed off that it went from a keyboard that lasted, two of them actually, keyboards that lasted 7-8 years, to one that lasted all of like 2-3 months before it started having problems. So I gotta get that figured out. Yeah, so I use the Dvorak layout. So my left home row is nothing but the vowels, and then my right home row is the most common consonants. So like ST in those. And then it has like up and down, it's based on common use. Let's see. Hey Jaywalker, how's it going? Oh, your mouse double clicks randomly too? Yeah, that's probably a replacement mouse unfortunately, if the switch is warned that it's not registering consistently. Let's see, the biggest thing is when you're on start stage, you have created trust with someone by just walking on there. You could ruin the entire talk with one errant remark. It's a breach of trust. And for someone like me, not aligned across. Oh yeah, well it's also those things that you are representing the venue you're in as well. So if you sit there and if like, oh, this is a funny comedian, he's got good stuff. And you know, you bring him up on stage and they go on this like racist tirade and you're just like, okay, well now my venue looks like crap. That this is what we put in for all the first timers here. Now you want to see the keyboard layout because you've never seen one like that. So the keyboard will look normal if I just took a picture because it's a QWERTY keyboard. You just change the layout in the software. But if you do a Google search for Dvorak keyboard layout, you'll see what it is. And there's a bunch of them. There's like Dvorak Workman. There's like literally hundreds and hundreds out there. And there's reasons to use different ones. Let's see. Wait, you don't use QWERTY? No, I do not. I use Dvorak. Why not change the keycaps to match your commands? So here's the catch. When you actually look at a keyboard, if it's a decently designed keyboard, not all the keys go in the same places. Even your like 1x1 spacing ones, they actually have different heights and curvatures to them. So you can't switch them up and down rows. Sometimes. The other thing you can run into is you have on your home row, you'll have like the two little nubs on your keyboard. If you want to move those around, you end up having to scrape off the nub because otherwise it's going to absolutely drive you wild. And then add new nubs other places. Now you do have ones where the keycaps are interchangeable as well, like just any row, and that's fine. Like if it's designed well, that can be fine. But it is those things that you can't just sub any key any place, unfortunately. But the good news about Dvorak, it keeps all your function keys in the same place, but all like your letters and basic symbols, a lot of them move around. Like the numbers are still along the top. That's mostly the same. But it's the vowels on the left hand, because the idea behind Dvorak is you're trying to balance between your left and right hand or keystrokes. As well as, I believe was moving down is easier than moving up, if I remember correctly. I could have that wrong. And so it does try to put the least used keys, the ones you have to stretch the most for. Yeah, it's... So, you're not wrong, Conrad, but it's like that's what happened, but it's not the intent per se. That very genuinely, if you ever look at the history of keyboard layouts and where it came from, and where the QWERTY keyboard layout came from, was when you look at the old typewriters back in the day, the mechanical typewriters, what would happen is you would push a button, and there'd be this arm, and it would snap forward, and it'd hit a ribbon. And that ribbon had ink in it. And when you're looking at that ribbon and it hits the ink in it, that's fine. It would smack the paper, and you get your letter. Now, the issue you run into is that if a person types fast enough and you've got these arms going back and forth, is they could jam, where one arm crosses the path of the other and they get stuck on each other. And now you have to like stop typing, you have to go through and like get the arms free from each other and do all that. And so QWERTY came to be by trying to effectively move the most common keys to be away from each other. Such that, mechanically speaking, those little arms, if you were typing fast, shouldn't cross each other. So you shouldn't have like the E and the S key shouldn't be in the same path as each other, so they miss each other. So what that did ultimately do is it kind of moved everything around to effectively slow down typing as a undesired consequence of that. Now, we don't have those mechanical typewriters anymore as the thing that people typically use. So it makes sense to instead try to balance your keys out between your hands. That way, you're not doing as much stretching and all that to avoid things like carpal tunnel syndrome or other repetitive stress injuries. And then Dvorak is one of those layouts. There's a bunch of them. So, like, Dvorak is a little bit more targeted towards software developers versus there's another keyboard layout called Workman that's a little bit more balanced, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, towards people writing, like, English words. Oh yeah, no, you can type fast with QWERTY. Like, if you're looking to switch to fix your type, like to improve your typing speed, I wouldn't bother. Even as someone using Dvorak, I wouldn't bother. If you're looking to switch to help reduce the risk of repetitive stress injury such as carpal tunnel syndrome, in that case, then it might be worth your time to, you know, learn a new layout. Whether it's Dvorak or Workman, or there's a whole bunch of them. There's a bunch of good ones. And like it says, what is neurodivergent? How do you manage a farm with 2 brain halves? I don't know what you mean by 2 brain halves, but neurodivergent is just anyone, like neurodivergent, when you look at the actual term, it means think differently. Neurodivergent just is a thing dealing with stuff like ADHD, dyslexia, autism, all that kind of stuff. So myself, I have ADHD, which I was only diagnosed with about a year ago. I've known I've had it for a number of years, but ADHD kind of gets in the way of you getting your diagnosis for ADHD. If anything should be used as evidence against a person having ADHD, it's the fact that they successfully managed to get through their diagnosis. Because, dear goodness. But yeah, so all neurodivergent is that. Just basically, like I said, it means think different. Not think wrong, not think bad, just different. There are pros and cons with a lot of the different conditions and all that. But it's just something... Sounds like a sham? Can we get a timeout? Actually, you know what? Just go for the ban. Let's just go straight for a ban on, launch. Which mod wants to jump on it? I'll do it if no one else is available. I got it.
Hi, husband.
Hi, wifey.
I kissed you.
So we'll just go like this real fast.
Yeah, go like this real fast.
And...
Hi, Star.
So, you remember earlier when I mentioned that people who come in to cause trouble?
Was that about me?
The person just finished saying something ableist, so I was in the process of banning them, so that's all it was. Is a person being a troll just to begin with. They're already being, you know, being a jerk even before you got here.
Hi, Ush. Hi, Conviat. Aw, you're so sweet.
But yeah.
Hi, the very last Larkin.
When an example manifests itself, yeah, most people when it comes to banning them, there is no question about what they came in with their intent.
Hi, Twilight Walker. Hi, Luxray.
But we had a question around like what is the yeah, no, you're not fat. Like I said, literally the person popped in with the only intent of doing whatever it was to, you know, cause someone to be upset. But you know.
Yeah, poor person. That's sad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Some people, they just have so low self-esteem that they gotta bother someone else to do anything. I also need to get rid of that exclamation mark join because that's not relevant anymore. So.
Aw, you're sweet, the very last Lardine. I bet you are very pretty and very not fat. I don't know what you look like, but I'm gonna say that that is true about you as well.
We at least know you're pretty as a person.
Aw, yeah, facts.
I've not seen you, so I can't take it as far. I guess his name was a bit of yellow flag. Oh, I didn't even catch what the name was. But yeah, no, like 99% of the time, when someone sits there and says stuff like, it's very rare I have to sit there and be like, hey, you know, cut the crap kind of thing. Like, it's very rare I have to do that. Usually people pop in, and it's very clear right from the door that they came in trying to cause a scene.
Yeah, those people exist. They're mean.
Mm-hmm. They got nothing better to do with their time.
Yeah, actually, I kind of feel sorry for them. I'm like, oh, things must be bad in your life.
Yeah. Oh no. Like absolutely. If anything, that's a cry for help.
Yeah.
Back at the discussion of intent. Yeah, exactly. Like, because genuinely, when we've had people, most of the time that they say something, and it's like, hey, you know, I don't want that word used here, kind of thing. Most people are like, oh, my bad, I'm sorry. Or they'll be like, you know, okay, I'm not trying to conflict, like, genuinely I don't understand. Like, you know, usually it's like, English isn't my first language. You're like, yeah, you know, this is a word that's able. So they're like, oh, I didn't know. And then they don't use it anymore. And everyone's on the up and up.
Oh, man, I feel sorry for people who, on the internet, are trying to speak. Well, obviously, I'm in forums that speak English, right? And then they're trying to speak in English when it's not their first language, and they're trying to get their point across, and then, like, people are like, you didn't use that word right, and they're like, it's not my first language, and
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
just like, oh, I feel bad for them. They did really good.
No, I usually won't get on anyone for, like, grammar, I think. I know, like, to me, there's certain things that are a tell when someone knows they can't win an argument.
No, but even words like in French, like, retarded means, like, slow, right? Like,
Right.
it's retarded. Versus in English, you probably wouldn't use that word, you know?
Yeah, I deliberately never use that in stream because people
Right.
quote it out of context and cause a scene.
Well, I'm in trouble now, but you know what I'm
Yeah, that's actually I was trying to hint is like, please don't.
but
Like,
you know what I'm saying.
yeah,
Okay, well, that's in French.
right. Because we had the whole discussion that's like, there's a mechanical device that's named, like, that's specifically what's named. That is the accurate name for a way of doing a braking system that uses friction.
Is it that word?
It is.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what you were talking about.
So it is like, there is an actual, this is the... Yeah.
I don't want to be canceled.
But yeah, so like, there's the intent and everything.
I have seen the arm flapping on stream before, but what's that about?
Okay,
Just keep flapping.
to fill what that is, so if someone could do the Rual taps, yeah, or the Rual tomb. So I have an emote that we added called Rual taps, which that's the recent one, which is the tomb emote. Which what happened was the Rual taps is like, it's not a new idea for an emote. It's just like a tapping emote or whatever, because it's, you know, people use it to show like excitement or when like chat is rebelling or whatever. It's a very like general purpose emote that can do a lot of things. So I got that added, and like within the first week of it being here, you know, Tomb stepped up behind me, saw the emote, and then started mimicking the emote.
Yeah.
And chat loved it. And so it became a thing.
It had only one user. I'm so sad.
Yeah, so it absolutely became just a culture thing here in this channel to do that. Yeah, so that's the time that Tomb shows up and starts doing that. It's because people doing the emo and all that.
Aw, you all are so sweet.
Oh yeah, every time pops in. Yes, I'm sorry, I got distracted. A perfect example of ADHD stuff. So yeah, so it depends on where you live, and it depends on your local doctors, unfortunately. There are a couple different ways that your diagnosis can go. If you're lucky, the way the diagnosis goes is, like, on one hand, if you start seeing, like, usually the way you find out you have ADHD is you talk to others who are either very knowledgeable on it or also have it, which I guess counts as knowledgeable on it, and recognizing symptoms.
Yeah, he was like, these are symptoms of ADHD, and I was like, yeah, you have all of those.
Yeah, but it is one of those things. So you become aware that you know what the symptoms are, and you go, oh, you know, maybe I should talk to someone about this. And usually family doctors are kind of a crapshoot in that one. Like, a lot of, at least where I'm at, there's a lot of family doctors who their approach to doctoring is toughen up buttercup. And that is, in my opinion, malpractice. Whether or not it's legally recognized is a totally different thing. But in my opinion, telling someone to toughen up when stuff's going on is garbage. So family doctors are usually not the route you go. But what happens is if you have concern that you might have a condition, you could reach out to someone who specializes in that. And then they'd go through the diagnostic process. Now, depending on the doctor, it can be as simple as they'll sit down, they'll talk about, like, different stuff from, like, you know, your past, your childhood, that kind of thing. Because it's not like you get ADHD or you get autism or these. You have it. You're never cured, you never gain it. It's just the way your brain works.
Vicious brain.
And then go through, and they'll also have, like, there's I think survey would be the right question, or the right answer, but they'll have, like, paperwork you do that you run through, and they'll ask you a whole bunch of questions and all that. And then usually if you score high enough on the survey, then they'll go farther. If you don't score high enough on the survey, that's usually an indicator you don't have the thing you're being surveyed for. And that's one thing. And usually once you go through that part, that's fine. Now the problem is there's also a lot of places where they will ask to interview someone other than you about you.
Side, what were they testing for with that? What is that test for?
Let's see. Put a pitch black room, probes on your legs and arms and forehead. You had to sit still and press the spacebar every time you circle appeared in the monitor with symbols. What?
Yeah, that's what is that a test for?
That's the first I've heard of that. Sounds like they're running off the DSM-5 test. Yeah, it's either the DSM-5 test or it's heavily influenced. Which that's what you'd hope, because that's the intent of the DSM-5 is to be that thing that they go, okay, here's how you go through that.
Interesting. Interesting, side. Interesting.
Gotcha. That sounds like an old style ADHD test, because that's actually one of the problems you run into with ADHD is the old view of ADHD was focused very heavily on the hyperactive part of it, i.e. you can't sit still or focus. And as we've gotten to know the condition better and better and better, that is only one way of, expressing it. That there is many different ways the same condition is expressed. So which is one reason why it's so underdiagnosed, is there's another end of it where the lack of focus on stuff is due to hyperfocus, where you have very strong focus, just not necessarily on the thing you should be focusing on, or want to focus on, or whatever. So, like, some of the ways they can be, like, not that you would say, oh, I have that, I therefore have ADHD, but one of the signs as an adult that you may or may not have ADHD is if you're someone who has a tendency to get really absorbed into doing something, like you get a hobby and you go at it really hard, and then the moment you lose interest, you, like, kind of chuck it behind you and move on to the next hobby, that can be a very strong indicator you might have ADHD. Now, that's the thing. Might. That doesn't mean you have it. Go out, get your diagnosis, do all that stuff. But it can be one of those things where you go, oh, okay, this is a pretty strong supporting indicator. You wish you could do your ADHD? Yeah, that's one of the things is, unfortunately, a lot of medications have side effects, so when you're juggling different kind of things, what medicine might help the 80-90 percentile of people with a condition might be the exact worst solution for you, which is the reason why you go through a doctor and you work with all that stuff and they go, this one's not. It's like, okay, this is helping with X, but it's also causing A, B, and C, and A, B, and C is worse than X, so let's not do that. Let's try something else.
Do I get drugs?
I mean, not just given to you in general. They're used to help with things.
Ow.
When your partner info dumps, you huff. Info dumping people really hard on something that you're interested in is another sign of ADHD. Yeah. We're like, I'm into something and I want to talk at length about it.
Yeah, just play drums.
And an understanding partner will hopefully be like, look, I'll amuse this person. Like, I might be in my own head doing my own thing while you're info dumping me, but...
Oh, poor very last one. Do you want to treat your manageable ADHD but also be 10 times more depressed? That's awful.
Yeah, exactly. That's the unfortunate thing, is all the meds had side effects. So that doesn't mean don't use meds. There are a lot of meds that, or a lot of people, they do very much help. And I personally have not taken ADHD meds, personally. It is something I have debated trying and seeing how it works out. But, you know, they also cost a lot of money. Even with insurance.
You're fun to kiss.
Hey. The first month of ADHD meds are rough. I've heard stuff all over the board where some people like took the meds, it was amazing, would never give them up. But I've also had people who were like, they were a bad time. I've heard some people who had real difficulty adapting when they got them. I've heard some people they went like perfectly right from the get-go. Those are definitely ones that are kind of like, it's the same thing with like antidepressant medicines. I find a lot of those medicines, from what I've heard, they're ones that you try just a little bit, you have someone who knows what they're doing, like, not supervising, that's not the right word, but checking in on you kind of thing to see how it's going, and that there is some trial and error. Anything that messes with the brake history is going to be a wild ride. Yeah, I can imagine.
Ooh.
You know a few people who've got diagnosed recently, and you absolutely encourage people to try the meds, but know the potential effects going in? Oh yeah, absolutely. Any good doctor will be like, hey, this is likely to help with XYZ. Let me know if, you know, ABC happen. You tried them and caused deafening tinnitus. Apparently that is a side effect.
Yeah, that's the one that made me
I have never heard that before. That said, I haven't taken them, nor have I gotten myself properly informed on the side effects of them, outside of like the ones you hear about all the time. So
You will think better, but you will go to the bathroom a lot. Yeah. That's great.
gotcha. So they do a number on the digestive tract, is what I'm hearing. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely with medicine. They usually, unless it's one of those things that like the medicine has a serious side effect that they're trying to mitigate it. So like there's certain medicines for oh, what was it? For migraines that they do to mitigate migraines that are also a blood thinner. So sometimes they will go out of their way to go, okay, here's the thing for your migraines. These cause a blood thing. We are worried about you having thinned blood, so we're going to give something to also deal with that. But outside of, like, directly trying to counteract a side effect that, for your particular case, is a concern, yeah, usually it's, you try one thing, see how it goes. If you're happy, move on to the next one. If you're not happy, well, I shouldn't say happy. If it's working, you go with it. If it's not working, you know, go back to step one. Yeah, I've been genuinely more disappointed than happy with family doctors I've had, unfortunately. Are your shows fun?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what does it matter? Now I'm gonna be cancelled. I made a mistake.
Well, very
I feel like every time I get on this stream, I make a mistake.
well, very clearly in the context, what you said is fine.
I know.
It's just one of those things that, like, it's like, please don't say that, because...
But it's gonna be clipped out of context.
Well, yeah, I mean, especially
Canceled.
since, like, literally seconds earlier, we banned someone who's probably all...
Well, that person wasn't in context.
No, but that's
And they
the
called me
whole
fat.
thing.
That's me.
That's the kind of person that one I wouldn't accept and to get upset. But, like, people like that are usually the same people deliberately try and clip you out of context, just so...
Oh, you're supposed to be the very last 13.
Yeah, those are the kind of people who their entire thing is to see what trouble they can cause. That's one reason I actually personally wish, and this is not just a Twitch wish, I personally wish that someone who is new to the platform, literally the reports go into the void, is first one thing. That they report, it's just not taken seriously. And I know there's negative side effects of this, just to be clear. But with malicious reporting and all that, you know, chuck it into the void. If you have people who report and then the content creator appeals it and they win the appeal, then all future reports from that person should also get hucked into the void. Not just one, like as a reoccurring thing. Those reports get hucked into the void. That it's only people who've been around for a while, they report it. You know, if the person appeals or doesn't appeal at all, and they lose the appeal or it doesn't appeal at all, then those ones, you know, they keep accepting the reports and all that. Because we do have a problem that people will deliberately and maliciously clip out of context.
That's me.
Yep. Oh no, it's the type of people. All they want to do is they don't have control in their personal lives, so they try and just do something that impacts someone's life because that's just, you know, you get it. When you don't have any autonomy, you try and create it where you can, which isn't okay or anything like that, but it is a problem.
I'm gonna get hobby banned. It failed.
No, you just gotta be mindful.
I'm not mindful.
You usually are. I was actually really surprised when you said it. I was like, wait, really? You...
But I was making a point.
I know.
I was trying to be nice to people who don't speak English as their first language. That was my point.
Right. The thing is, you didn't have to actually say the words. It's fine. It's said. It's whatever. We move on.
I'm gonna die now.
No.
Demonetized.
I also personally... No. It's fine. We do this probably once every other stream.
Whoa. Why'd you fall over?
Because I was too heavy of load, I took too sharp a turn. But yeah, so this is how much we've done this, that I've gotten to the point I can just stand up a tractor from the ground by just, you know, knowing how to go with this. You totally didn't drop the phone and pump with it? Relationship goals? Hulk mode engaged. There's a number of vehicles I've learned to just stand up in seconds. I've gotten pretty good for like the big overhead car. I love you.
I love you.
Like for the record, I actually do agree with Doom. Like on the, I try to be understanding.
Rual, blah 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 blah.
Monty Python. He wouldn't write into the wall. He would just say it. Like, he carved it into stone. It must have taken him hours. But yeah. No, it's I do agree with the whole thing that it is a thing that there are words that in one language are totally acceptable. Like dropping F-bombs. There are countries that, you know, the F word is just, it's not even seen as a negative. It's not a curse word or anything. It's just a word. Then there are countries where it is, you know, it's pretty high up on there in the, hey, let's not say that word. Oh yeah, C word in Australia versus like a lot of the rest of the words. The C word is like absolutely a no. Like it's pretty high up there in pretty much the rest of the world. Today you learned up TTS doesn't show up on Twitch clips? I think it probably depends on the person's setup. Cause like for example, I have my audio split between like the main game audio and all that, which is on the main channel, and then I have the music, which is on a separate channel. And even though I am doing DMCA safe music, even then it does false positive more often than I'd like to deal with, and mutes my VOD, so I don't put it there. But for stuff like TTS, quite often I will put that on a separate channel as well. And that's out of concern about, you know, people putting awful crap into TTS. But granted, can ruin the fun of a pun, you know, if someone does clip, you know, doing something trolly in TTS or whatever. Alright, so now I just need to fertilize these fields, and then we're good here. But I got all the time in the world to get the other fields done. I believe these were fertilized once. Should be at 50%? Yep, okay. So I already did one pass the fertilizer, just need another one. You're only 58,000 away from Make Me Play. It happens. You think you've decided what it's going to be? Excellent. I did, when I was doing the rework of redeems, I did debate increasing the price. I didn't ultimately do it. It's one of those things I've been on the fence about. Because what you want it to be cheap enough that people do it. At the same time, it is one of those things that I want to make sure it doesn't happen too much. That's always the balance between the things. Time to introduce the fields to dubstep. It's what it looks like, not gonna lie. Oh, the looks like a turntable or whatever. I'd see that. You're only a couple 100,000 from ending stream. I actually got rid of the end the stream immediately redeem. That was, I reworked the redeems because I had to, like, all the ones that would, like, increase the cost of winning Twitch and lower the cost of winning Twitch and declaring winning Twitch. I had to disable all those when Firebot updated because it broke all my redeems to make them read-only, so I couldn't adjust the numbers programmatically. So I had to disable them all. And then I turned around yesterday on my day off to, you know, go through and fix all that. But when I did, I got rid of the double the cost of this redeem because no one's redeemed in well over a year. So it's like, okay, it's just, when I say it's taking up space, it's not like I have a limit that I'm aware of, or if there is, it's not, you know, relevant. It's taking up space as in, it's just making it a bit more cluttered. What are you doing? Oh, okay, sure. As long as the increase is there, you know it's ENX day off, but it's there. But yeah, no, that's the thing. So I got them set up there, but I did get rid of the immediately forcing me to end stream. I don't remember if we ever did have that redeemed, but it was kind of always a meme one. And every time we've had people joke about it, it was to use it maliciously. And don't get me wrong, I just wouldn't have accepted it or whatever. But it was one of those things I'm like, realistically, is this going to be used in a positive way? I was like, no, probably not. Like, I could see people, like, if I'm getting frustrated popping it or whatever, which, you know, that'd be fine and understandable. But, it's just like, okay, like, this is a thing that's really just kind of sitting there to be a meme. That's the other reason why, like, the Make Me Play redeem I've been on the fence of. I know we have people who are over 1 million... You know, over 1 million points. And I'm just like, okay, do I want one person to be able to sit there and for like the next, obviously it wouldn't be the next 10 streams or whatever, that they could just, you know, redeem that again and again all the time to where I have like a backlog of Make Me Plays? No, which obviously what I'd probably do is I'd have a cooldown saying, hey, until I finish one of your redeems, I can't get another one. It's that's a redeem I want to have, but I want to have a decent limit on how often it can happen. So one of the other things I've debated for that redeem is instead of having it a redeem, have it a you know, have it on the poll entirely. Yeah, say your next game voting nights are very shrewd. Your next game voting nights are very shrewd. Was a very shrewd idea. Your next game voting rights is a very shrewd idea. Oh yeah, the thing where you could burn points, but that was a deliberate thing. Is because people hoard points. And it's like, okay, but that means I can't have that many of the really fun redeems because I always have to factor in the fact that you've got points, like, you've got people who have literally hundreds of thousands of points, and you need stuff for them to spend those points on, certainly. And you want, you know, it is a good viewer engagement kind of thing to have them have things to spend points on. But at the same time, it can be a problem where, you know, if they have enough points and it's a redeem that doesn't have like some hard limit to it, it's a whole issue. So I do need more things that people can burn points on during stream. But it's been a difficulty. So some of the things I've been trying to do for the channel that haven't stuck particularly well is I've been trying to come up with things to incentivize people for, you know, subs and bits and all that. Because the juggle is a lot of channels, that's where they'd have, like, you know, you could pay 100 bits to make it scream or whatever. And that goes very counter to the value offer here, that it is a relaxing and chill place, and that very directly comes, you know, that directly counteracts that. So there's that end of it. But, the other thing you could do with that is I've been trying to make it so, hey, if we hit goals, we'll do something special. And that's just not stuck. Yeah, and I could make, like, the scary thing a bits thing if I wanted to. I don't know. I always feel weird about that. I know I shouldn't feel weird about stuff that requires you to pay money for, because I do have to, you know, I do have to make sure my bills are paid and whatnot. But I always lean to not doing much in that avenue just because. Like, I don't want it to be, like, to participate in the channel, you feel like you have to pay kind of thing. We'll see. I want to check one thing real fast while this is going. So I do apologize about bringing out my phone. I am checking something stream related. I just don't want to interrupt the actual stream part of what's going on. I just want to check to make sure one thing isn't what I think it is. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So I do apologize. I'll try and be really fast about this. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, it's set to featured only. Give me a moment. Okay, I had a clip. I was just making sure the clip wasn't the concern from earlier, because I would have deleted that immediately. That's all. Your dream stretch, but it's on cooldown. Gotcha. Give me 2 seconds also while I'm here. It's getting a little hot. I want to see if the AC's turned on or yet. Oh, it's already set. Bear with me, chat. I'm gonna take actually a 2-second break real fast. While this is going, and just check what. Actually, we're gonna do it in a second. I'm gonna finish this field. I'm gonna start the next field. Then I'm gonna take a 2-second break because I just don't want Tomb to, like, you know, feel like she messed up or something like that. It's not that big a deal, and I know she'll feel guilty about it and all that, and I don't want her to feel that way, because it's not that big a deal. Yeah, no, she's worried. She genuinely, a lot of times when she wraps up a stream, you know, she'll be like, did I say something wrong? Did I do something wrong? Did I, like, hover too long and stuff like that? So, she worries. Because, you know, she understands that I put a lot of effort in that, and she doesn't want to be a reason that, like, things go badly or whatever. And she hasn't been, but she second-guesses stuff. We all do. So I'm gonna wait till we get to the end of this run. The reason I'm letting the driver do this, like the AI worker that I have to pay, But the reason I'm having the AI do that part is because I can't see at night where I have and haven't done. So I hand it off to the AI because the AI has the magic of being able to see in the night and just know everything. Okay. Let's start it on this end of the field. I have a feeling if I start on the other end, it could go either way when it goes to try and fertilize the field. And if I were to do that, there's a good chance he could just double over what already has been fertilized. That is something I would 100% believe the AI would absolutely do. Alright, well, I'll be back here in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in, I Can Words, and I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. All right, so okay, looks like they got that done. Words are hard. Yeah. Nah, she was beating herself up over it. So, but she's getting me cookie cake, so that's pretty fun. I was gonna say I didn't ask her to. I did, but not in response to this. She was getting a piece of cookie cake. I was like, I want one of those. But yeah, no, she worries, and I get it. I overthink things too. Like, stuff happens, you just gotta roll with it. Like, man, I already second guess everything. Like, that is a problem I have as well. But like, it's one of those things with streaming, I kind of just have to accept that, like, you know, you do a thing, it does or doesn't work out, and all you do is like, okay, it doesn't work out, I just won't do it again. Yeah, you'd worry to have that's your partner's work? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely, like, I totally understand. That's the reason I was like, hang on, I want to deal with this. I want to make sure. Because, you know, it stresses you out, and then you feel bad, because, like, you're worried, it's like, did I mess things up for my partner or whatever? Like, if I went to her place of work and said something that I'm like, oh man, was that, like, not okay? You know, she works with animals, that if I cracked a joke about, like, the best part about animals is eating them or something like that, you'd be like, oh crap, should I have not said that?
Here you go.
I appreciate it.
Welcome. I hope you enjoy it.
I love you.
I love you. And I love all of you. What?
As a heads up, they might not be able to see. Your teeth are super blue.
On screen, it doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, she just finished eating, you know, cookie cake, and it has blue and red food dye on it, so
Yeah.
it is real blue.
I got my tongue.
Let's see. Your sales guy had his dad in my office and sort out his car. I thought it was neat. You got to meet him. His fam. That's cool. We know who the true star is here. See, that's the thing. We got to make sure, like, Tomb pops in. Because, like, it's one of those things, if she was always here, then, I mean, what point do I have? But if she pops in from occasionally, like, it's a big deal. You get that moment of actual quality stream.
You're so sweet. And you're so sweet. OG Mana is sweet, and Last Ardeen is sweet, and Hubby is sweet.
It's like Starman mode? Yeah, it's like getting quad damage in a game.
Did you know the sound that Murlocs make in WoW is a guy gargling yogurt?
I did not know the sound that Murlocs make in World of Warcraft is a guy gargling yogurt. But it also makes a lot of sense if you've ever heard the Murlocs in World of
What
Warcraft.
do they sound like?
They're like, "Blah." That's actually not the worst I've ever heard someone do it.
They're like,
No, it's not like cat at all.
no, that's gargling.
No, it's like, "Blah." Somewhere here. There's the spot. I have heard a lot of Murlocs in my life. I've heard the fear when you're new to the game, and you're like, I'm gonna fight a Murloc, and then you hear from like your left ear, "Blah." You're like, oh god, now there's 4. And then you're running away and getting dazed the entire time. Because World of Warcraft believes in blood. Okay, so we've got all of our wheat planted. When the heck do I plant my sorghum? Sorghum I plant in April, so not anytime soon at all.
The best month.
I literally made that joke with March.
Really?
I don't even remember what we were doing. We were just fast forwarding through months. Oh, we were doing the dare drops for Farm Sim. And I had to harvest carrots or parsnip or something for the dare drop. So I planted it and I was like, oh, I have to like fast forward till this grows. So I fast forward like 5-6 months and you know, it's like, this is December. It's snowing outside. I was like, this is March. This is the best month. Do you know why? It's my birthday.
Uh-huh.
All right.
I love you. And I appreciate all of you in chat land and your support, because then I felt badly. Because I was trying to say something nice, but then it like...
Yeah, it's just one of those things as like, you know, what you were saying, I agree with 100%. That, you know, like that's the whole reason that person who popped in who ended up being a troll,
Yeah.
that's the whole reason they got a shot to be here past that first message.
I know.
Because it's like, okay, this could be a language barrier kind of thing.
Yeah, you never know.
And so I'm like, all right, we'll give it a shot. And then the very next thing was very clearly just, you know, they had escalated the trolling. So it's like, and you're gone.
Yeah.
And they got one more message out before the ban was ready.
Oh, I didn't mind his last message. He was just fan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like the one directed at me.
Yeah. Nope. We've all been on the internet before.
Yeah, exactly.
We know it's a raging tire fire
Yeah,
around
I
here.
was just like, yeah.
with little small bastions of mildly smoldering tires.
Yeah. Does bother me is I keep feeling like I have something in my eye.
I have, like, every single stream I've started lately. It's like, you know, the point I finally put on my glasses, like, actually... I mean, today I had them on all day, and same with yesterday.
Yeah.
But normally, I put on my glasses, like, right when stream goes to start kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had the last couple that, like, you know, straight up just, like, smudge on the glasses, cannot get rid of it for, like, 10 solid
That's
minutes.
the worst.
And it is, like, deeply upsetting.
That is deeply upsetting.
That's how we move our bread. We just put in front of the tractor and shove a crate of bread.
Yesterday, he and I were in the car, and we passed some cows. And he tried to convince me that's not what cows look like.
They were clearly starved cows.
No, those were normal cows. That's what cows look like. Those were cows.
I know you're used to your California cows standing out in the mud,
Yeah.
underfed and full of sadness. But that doesn't mean all cows are like that.
That's what cows look like.
Oh, it was thanks to Ultrasaurus, unrelated to the cow thing. Thanks to Ultrasaurus, introduced me to a website on their stream. Like they were just showing it on their stream. Like they didn't go to me individually and be like, you need to check this out. But it was that. Oh, yeah, Metazua.
I guessed the animal for today. I did it.
Metazua is a very fun website.
Every day there's an animal, and you have to guess the animal.
All the bread. Did I miss some joke? They're just Burning Sun being like confused, and then there it goes. I am so confused. There are no intact tires, just slightly smoky ones.
Is it Metazoo? Is it IA or A?
I think it's just A, no IA.
Metazua. Metazooa.com.
Yeah, it's a fun one. So what happens is you guess an animal, and it goes to, is it family is the right term?
That's one of the things. Yeah.
But it basically
family and genus.
Yeah, so it basically goes to, I think that's right. And then it'll be like a little picture of a turtle on the bottom that you click on that to actually play. But the idea behind it is you guess an animal, say you go, okay, I'm gonna guess a turtle. And it goes, alright.
You sniped Wolverine yesterday on the second guess? Dang!
But yeah, it's like, alright, okay. So, you know, it's got a vertebrae and a lower jaw. Like it's that genus I'm gonna go with. I'm sure I have the wrong term. But
It depends on how close you are to the right thing. So like it'll be like, oh, it's vertebrate, or maybe you're so far off it'll just be like, oh, it's bilateral, or
right. So it's one of those things that like it'll go to as far down like to the as specific as you can get in like the family genus and all that, and be correct. It'll like go down that far and then you try and guess. So you can be like, okay, is it a turtle? It'll be like, all right, it is an animal that like you are correct that it has a vertebrae and it has, you know, a lower jaw or whatever. I don't know. I'm not a biologist. And it'd be like, okay, and then you'll go, all right, well, let me guess, you know, a dog. It'll be like, okay, it is a mammal.
Okay,
And you go, okay, and you'll guess a cat. And it'll be like, nope, still a mammal. Okay, so it's not that.
So it's not. So then it's not a like. Oh my gosh, it's not a canine and it's not a feline at that point. Guess dog and cat, and it wasn't on their sheet.
Right. So it kind of it's kind of those things. They give you a lot of guesses. It's like 20 guesses or something like
20
that.
guesses.
But it's pretty slick.
And then so then you could guess like horse. Maybe it'll be like yes, or I don't know. Actually, I was doing the practice. So every day there's a new animal, but you can click on practice and just keep doing it. And yesterday, on like my second guess, I guessed the animal. I think it was horse or something. I was like,
But yeah, so it's fun because it's like one of those things where it's like, you know, like guessing the word kind of thing. You'd be like, okay, well, you have the correct number of syllables, but not this, like that type of thing. Except like it actually has a thing. Are you gonna remember the various genus and families and all that? Probably not. But
well, it's cool because it'll tell you, like, it'll say the name of the whatever genus, whatever, or family or whatever level you're on, and then it'll say like, oh, these animals have these characteristics. Here's some examples of them, and you're like, okay, so it's like in this area, you know.
Yeah, so you don't need to know the families and all that kind of stuff. You can just go and say, I guess this one. It's like, oh, I've narrowed this down to a thing that involves felines, birds, and something else or whatever, and you're like, okay. I mean, probably not those combination because those wouldn't overlap, but you get the idea. Like it'll give you examples like this includes like raccoons and red pandas and this.
You're like, okay, I'm gonna guess raccoon.
And it really doesn't know many birds.
It actually, there's a lot of species it doesn't know, so it's kind of nice in that, like, as you're typing in the species, if it doesn't pop up, you're like, oh, it doesn't know. Not the right answer. So, like, if you type in fly, it'll offer you, like, housefly, or, like, mayfly, or, I forget, there's only, like, a few different kinds of flies, or if you type in crab, it's, like, hermit crab, or horseshoe crab? I forget, there's, like, only 2 different kinds of crabs that it knows.
I thought horseshoe crab was like its entirely own thing.
Yeah, but if you type in the word crab, it's one.
Oh, right. I see what you're saying. Yes. I was gonna say it's like I thought horseshoe crab was one of the many animals. So it's like horseshoe crab. This is not a crab.
No, but if you type it in, yeah, horseshoe crabs are right. No, but if you type it in, if you type in the word crab, it's one of the options. There's only like 2 different options that if you type in.
Yeah, there's a bunch of those animals out there where it's like it is a this. Is not what it's in this name. It's like
no. Horseshoe crabs are not crabs. Starfish shouldn't be called that. They're sea stars, but whatever. They're not fish. I think their names. There's a thing that's called a duck. It's not a gut. Oh, an African pygmy duck. It's not a gut duck. It's a goose. There's tons of it. Oh, a red panda's not really a panda.
Yep.
Or a koala bear is not really a bear.
According to the sign at the dinosaur place, though, yesterday, dinosaurs are reptiles. Dinosaurs are not reptiles.
No, they're their own thing.
They have a lot of, like, bird stuff going on for them and a lot of reptile stuff going on for them, but they are neither.
Canadian geese are named after a guy and not the country. What? Don't get me started on the naked mole rats. Yeah. Koalas are the spawn of Satan. The dinosaur has a lot in common with today's chicken.
Yep.
Facts. Yeah, like, did you tell them what we
Which-
did yesterday?
I didn't tell them specifically. Well, I mean, I mentioned we saw lots of dinosaurs. I don't think I went far enough.
Anyway, yeah, we went to a place and had dinosaur stuff. Anyway, yeah, like we went into the museum and the very first sign was like, "What is a dinosaur?" And then it was like, "Dinosaurs were lizards," and I was like, "That's not
No, it's
right."
reptiles is what it said.
Oh, reptiles.
And you were like immediately like, that's not true.
I was like, "That's not right."
Like, for the record, the whole place is really cool,
It was
and
very cool.
mostly was reasonably accurate on a lot of the stuff.
Well, that's the thing. Most of the info on the walls was like really accurate. So that one thing being like that, I was like, "What the?"
Oh wait, I need more money before we start the next day. That's the reason I was like, why did I grab this to run over here?
And
It's fine.
Darth Dragos, if I have heard a koala screech, I do not remember it. I've seen koalas in real life, though.
I have 2.
Where'd you see them?
At a zoo.
Yeah.
Can't remember what zoo.
I'm
Maybe-
thinking specifically at the San Diego Zoo. I saw them there.
Yeah, I want to say it was the Detroit Zoo, maybe? I
Hmm.
don't know, I don't remember. I just remember I've seen them before.
Yeah. I remember seeing them at the San Diego Zoo.
I love you the most out of all the people in all the world.
And I love you more than that, and you just have to live with this fact. This is the curse you must live with for the rest of existence.
Oh gosh.
That's if anyone's ever heard of peacock. Peacock are obnoxious beyond all belief. It's the way I would describe it is if someone had a cat and was slowly torturing it to death. That's the only way I can describe it. It's just it is a cat who is having a immeasurably bad time.
I love you.
I love you more.
Thank you for being sweet
Yeah.
and making me feel better.
Yeah, I just didn't want you to beat yourself up over something that's not that big a deal.
I was beating myself up.
You were. I wasn't saying you weren't. Which is why I was like, hey, I need to deal with this.
You're sweet, and I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And I love you.
And I love you more. Yeah, and peacocks are jerks. This is also true. They're beautiful jerks, but they are jerks. There is no question on the scale of jerk, not jerk. Peacocks are mega jerk. They're not goose level jerk. Like, don't get me wrong, goose level jerk is its own category that exists above the top 10. But peacocks are at least a solid 7 or 8. Peacocks are victims of the pretty privilege. The reason Canadians are nice is because Canadian geese are jerks. They've just capitalized on all the jerk. There was no jerk left for the rest of Canada. I mean, if that's fine, then like all of Central Florida should be perfectly nice because we have like Orlando, so which is like basically center of Central Florida, is known for our geese. That there's what's called Lake Eola. It's like the center of downtown Orlando. That there are always geese there, and they know they're jerks, and they know that they can get away with it. And they will bully children and just otherwise be a big bunch of jerk. Like, you'll have parents who like take their kids up to the geese, and the kid will immediately be terrified. Understandably, considering the bird is the same size they are. And the kid starts crying, and, you know, like, the parent's like, oh, there's no need to cry. It's just a thing in my head, like, man, I'd cry, too, if I was that kid. That bird's terrifying. And they're big enough jerks that they make, you know, they make good with their being a big bunch of a pain. Even your military bases are plagued with them? Yep. Oh, they're protected there? Interesting. I know, you know what? I think they're protected here, too. I know it's a big deal. You're not supposed to mess with the geese in the city or whatever. But, like, I don't know if it's because they don't want people opening up firearms or whatever or killing geese inside a city park or whatever. Or also it could be if they're, you know, endangered or threatened or whatever. But yeah. But Florida has alligators. Couldn't those be cruise control? The problem is the geese are smart enough to realize they're safe in the park, so they just stay there. They stopped migrating too. They just literally stay there. They've learned. So pretty soon I need to... Yeah, so we're going to need to get you more grass. Here, protected species act on base, king's animal. Ah, I see. Here, generally, most animals, they don't make a big deal. Like, they don't want you, you know, opening up firearms in the city and all that, or using traps that kill things or whatever. Outside of, like, mouse traps. So, like, there's no hunting them in the city or whatever. But, we do mostly only have rules around animals that are protected or whatever, so far as outside city limits or outside, like suburb areas. Usually if you're in an area that's like suburbs, oh, I already have, here I was like, I'm gonna go and have to go and mow some more grass. I apparently thought of this and already have more than enough to refill this. Okay. We just had to top off the food for the sheep. We probably do at some point want to get an actual baler. Because I put like a full-on bale at the trigger spot, it is supposed to just keep taking from the baler or the bale until, you know, we've got all. Alright, so the sheep were April. When does the sell price in these? So we've got all the flour out. Or wheat and sorghum are still going. We've got the bread is still doing its thing. We've got all that, so that's fine. Okay, so wheat. We're not selling wheat, so I know I'm looking for that. We want to sell bread. So that is the end of December, beginning of January. So January is when we sell that. Same, so beginning of So the problem is, unless I wake up at midnight, we're gonna have that price drop. I think in both cases I do wait till the end game tomorrow. And just sell. And then here it's end of February. Actually, so we'll sell in game today. Not today, I'm lying. In game on January. We sell the bread and the flour, and then we will also sell again in February so far as for all of our stuff from the greenhouse. We've been selling early just to make ends meet. And then once all of that is done, we sell our wool in April, and I believe April is when we plant the sorghum. So I shouldn't have anything else I need to do in-game today for the moment. Let's just check that to make sure I'm not lying. Okay, honestly, we could leave the flour there for the moment. Yeah, we could leave the flour there for the moment. They're perfectly fine. They need water. I lied. They need water. So let's deal with that. How are our greenhouses doing on their water? They're doing fine. They're about 3/4 full, 75% full. Okay. Alright, so we topped off the water there. And meanwhile, I just remembered there is something I need to do, which is I need to go to our trailer at our bakery and keep the bread from blocking up. Because if I let the bread block up production, then that's our main money source not going through. Oh man, with all this flour we're getting, this is gonna be great for money this year. All of that flour is being sold. I had not anticipated we get nearly this much flour. So that'll be great. Oh, that's not one, it's fine. Okay, so we get all this. Chuck that in the ground. Let's go grab our next thing of flour. Empty this building out, because we're going to get another, like, 1.5 loads. Now, the interesting thing was part of the idea behind the sorghum was that it's like, okay, we will have one crop that, you know, it's got a gap in its season or whatever, so that'll help out. And the other thing with the sorghum is going, okay, you know, it'll make it so the granary can run longer. That doesn't actually seem to be how it's working. It seems to be just giving me more flour in less time, which is actually an even better result than what I wanted, but that does imply I'm going to need even more fields to keep that granary running, which isn't really a big problem to have. But look at the flour piling up. All the flour. It's going to be a real big payday. I think it's going to be more than we had originally anticipated, and that is a result I do not mind. Alright, so we should be able to pick up another load here. And I should get one more out. No, I won't. Yes, I will. Come on, spit it out. Do you like our incredible storage system for storing up all of our goods till we're ready to sell? That's extra flour. That's flour the bakery can't even take in right now. That's just bonus flour. Okay, so we fast forward another day. And it is time to make cash. Because it is the day we sell our bread and we sell our flour. Cool. So here's our bread going. And this should be like somewhere in the ballpark. Please don't knock it over so far I have to like loop around. Okay, now we're good. This should be somewhere in the area of like 50, 60,000 right here. So I would say the sorghum doing work. Because like the bread amount is going to be roughly the same it was last time. Because the bottleneck for the bread now is no longer my flour production or the granary, I think. It's strictly the bakery. That the only way to improve it is to get another bakery. Alright, so it's 47,000. I overestimate how much that's worth, but that's okay. Because what's about to happen here is we're about to make a whole heck of a lot of money. At which point, then I gotta make the decision of what we're doing with the money. Our choices are, we could spend it right away, and maybe be able to get ourselves a decent cultivator and sprayer, or we could save it to get a really good cultivator or sprayer. Or harvester. Harvester would be another big win. Like, I do think we need to spend it on tools. Like, I think that's where we end up spending our money. Okay, so we got 3 more. Let's top off the bakery before we sell. How much longer would you have to save for the really good stuff? That's what I gotta figure out. We can see what the payout is when we're done with this season. And go from there. Alright, so we got one full, one full thing of flour in the bakery. And do we check the use things today? We have not checked the use things today. It's a discaros for shallows. So, okay, that's the big baler for the rectangular ones. That's the blade for a harvester. Mulch can be used to crush and chop stumps. Not bad stuff there. So first thing I want to do is fill up the bakery with as much flour as it'll take. Then we can go from there. Okay, the bakery is full. All of the rest of that flour is profit. I think ideally, spending-wise, that's a hard call. Spending-wise, I could see the cultivator, sprayer combo. I need both. If I'm gonna get either, I gotta get both. That's a big win. The other biggest win would be the harvester. Getting ourselves a bigger harvester with a bigger header. Those are two big time sinks right now. The cedar is also a time sink, but I think that's what it's gonna be for a while. That's an extra 7,000 for a partially filled load of flour. Couldn't see the price. Oh, it was like 50,000. I check that real fast, so I'll run our way down. Yeah, so sorry, it's like 30,000 details. That's not what I want. It won't show me the combo thing. How fast would a new bakery pay itself off, and how much flour are you producing? I'm not producing enough flour, I think, to make 2 bakeries operate. I kind of don't want to double down on the same production line. It's not a bad idea. It probably is the correct idea to maximize our profit. And I don't think there's anything else flour would be used for. Because the issue is if I build a second bakery, I would more than likely need an additional granary to keep it online. You know, then we're just kind of doubling and tripling down the same thing. And I do want to have a variety of crop. So I'm just not doing more and more. I just need to find it in the store. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to do is we're going to go here. So, and the C doesn't work. So it is the Dynaflex. Then go here. Headers. That's the power. Power, Dynaflex. 1 second, I'm gonna go right into the area. Let's drop this off for a moment, and we can try and check. This is the Dynaflex header. We'll check the number to make sure I'm looking at the right one, and see what the harvester will cost. More than likely, it'll be a pretty big step up, but it might be a step up worth taking. So, okay. So the Dynaflex 9255 40-footer. So that is what we're also looking for here. So we have the header, Dynaflex 5244, 40-footer, combinations, 419,000 for that harvester. Don't get me wrong, it would be really nice to have, but 419,000 is a little out of my budget right now. I would like it. That's kind of what I figured when that header was that price. I'm like, okay, this is the sales price, which means the header probably costs twice as much-ish. And considering that the header we're using only costs $25,000, you can do the math. The other possibility is we buy more tiles of land, and we do more crop. Let's not do that right now. Let's upgrade our tools. As tempting as it is to just buy more land, I think we'd actually run into problems with... Oh, 1 second. It was that button to allow me to take not full ones. If we did buy more land, then the problem with the tools being kind of under spec for what we need now would get really worse. You have a really dumb idea for a challenge. Is it to buy only the used things? I may or may not have experimented with that. The unfortunate answer is you do a lot of fast forwarding. You do a lot of fast forwarding. Just waiting for the market to have something useful. It was interesting, but yeah. It was like, oh good. I got, you know, the harvester. I really hope the header shows up someday. I like the idea. I like the idea of having less control over what you buy, that you just have to, like, make do. But, need to find something that's, like, in the middle there on how to facilitate it. This is going great. We're gonna have so much. No, Survivor Man Challenge X start with no money. Turn the entire map into one giant field with the cheapest and worst possible tractors and tools. Yeah, so the problem with that is you would hit the hard limit of, like, you would seed everything over the course of the growth period and then harvest it. I think you might be able to get away with it a little if you did something like oil radish, or one of those things that you can plant for 6 straight months you can work on it. But, otherwise, ultimately, you just finish the day. I mean, also, the other way you could go for it is slow down time to, like, half normal speed. So a day is 48 real-life hours. That would be another way to be able to do it. This is excellent. I am loving this. I almost feel like you need a bigger trailer. Man, we might break 100,000 with this. Because they're landing at around 7,000 per load, and I've got, what, 5 more loads here at the 35,000-ish? So we might come up just a little shy. No, we'd be over, because 70 times 30, yeah. So we're looking at being over 100,000. And we haven't sold the wool, and we haven't sold what little we got in the greenhouse. So, you know, that's pretty exciting. So that's interesting, because, you know, the big thing that does is if we were to go one more harvest at 100,000 of what we're banking in all at once, we would be able to just jump all the way to, like, the largest seeder, or just jump all the way to, like... I mean, we already had the largest plow. We could, like, jump all the way to, like, the largest, sprayer. And, you know, do that where it's, like, 2 seasons. We just upgrade to the top of the line in each tool. With the exception of the harvester. The harvester will take more than 2. The harvester's the top of the line. It'll cost us, like, $1 million. So we're not saving for that. We are saving for an upgrade, but not straight to the end game kind of stuff. Yeah, because only... Oh, I guess one of those isn't a full set. I missed that was missing, like, 4. And one of them is missing 1. That's still fine. We'll still make pretty good money. Just cashing in, cashing in, cashing in. Actually putting in decent time in this in-game day just selling things, which is a very good problem to have. Eventually what I'll do is I'll get a semi with a trailer, and it'll hold considerably more than I can get right now. Oh, 10,000? I was way off. Yeah, we're definitely going over 100,000. I still got basically a load and a half load worth of flour to go. There'll be at least, like, 107,000 or so. Now, granted, a good chunk of that is going to go back into fertilizer and back into seeds and yada 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 to plant the sorghum. Which now I think about it, we actually have most of our fields already replanted. It's just that sorghum field is the only field I've got to go. I know I have to get more fertilizer. Seeds, probably have to get more seeds too. But I got plenty for that. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm lying to you. I have 2.5 entire things of, flour. Gonna hop off, might come back and lurk if you're still on, whatever. Get a call with my friends. Gotcha, well, you have yourself a good call with your friends and all that. Thank you for hanging out, all that good stuff. And thank you for the future lurk if it happens, and otherwise, I totally understand. Now, to give you an example of why I do use the Universal Auto mod, imagine for a moment I'm having to load those up with a forklift, where kind of at the max I could stack them about 4 tall. So let's pick up one, lift back up, set it on top of the other, and repeat the process till I got it 4, then get the whole thing and pull up to the side of the truck, put it on there, strap it in place, and then repeat. Just imagine for a moment how long that takes with all of that. It's fun to do for a little while, but the fun fades really fast. At least for me it did. The fun of just operating a forklift for like 2 or 3 real-life hours over the course of an entire in-game day just to deal with it. Now, the alternative is, once the bakery is full, I could turn around and just say, deliver this directly to immediate sale. Don't wait for the good price, just get it out of here. Man, we might be at 115,000? Maybe not that high. Probably 110,000, at least. I'm pretty sure we got all the... I almost drove through the field and killed our crops. Pretty sure we got all our other stuff. I'm just surprised, even with all of that, that granary is able to keep pace with us. I'm gonna avoid doing the thing where I have, like, literally all of my stuff just feeding into that granary, because, like I said, right now the bakery's fully set up. I don't think there's any other production lines that use the flour. I think the cake does, actually. But that's still part of the bakery. The issue with that is I can't get the cake going because I'm missing a whole bunch of ingredients for it. Which we definitely will do at some point. We might make it to 115,000. It's gonna be close. Alright, we are gonna take a look to see if there's any major upgrades we can do. It would be nice to do, so we could potentially get the sprayer now, and then switch from doing the fertilizer with our big lime cart to the sprayer, and that sets us up for doing the herbicide. And then if we can get a cultivator next time, take advantage of that. We'd have to check. And we're gonna get a bit more for the wool, and a bit more for whatever comes out of the greenhouse still. Okay, and that's the last of our flour. Alright, sorry about that. I'm stealing little pieces of this cookie cake my wife brought me. Alright. And so now, having sold all of the flour, the total comes up to $116,000. And when we started today, we had about one 1 or 2, somewhere in that ballpark. So I would say we made at least 50 cents today. I would definitely say there's a very strong possibility we made at least 15 cents. I think the math's right. I think that does work out. I would say the sorghum field has increased our profit margins a wee bit. A wee bit. Considering one harvest is over 100,000 now. And that's with us wasting most of our produce from our greenhouse just to make sure everything was prepped right. Not wasting. It's not waste. I shouldn't say it that way. That's with us not getting the full value out of our greenhouse goods. Alright, but before we fret about that, let's go ahead and park this here. I'm not going to buy right this second. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and be smart about this. We're going to fast forward to the next day, because the next day is when we do our greenhouses. We're going to check what's on sale. Because what I'm hoping is if we get lucky, we get like a really big harvester on sale, or, you know, maybe a really big tractor would be a hope and a dream, or we get a really big cultivator on sale. You get the idea. If I get something that is a good win for us, that would be an upgrade I really want, and I can catch it on sale, then we do that. But for right now, these are 500? Yep. There's 3 more popping out. For right now, we want to maximize how much money you get out of these greenhouses, see what that gets us. And I'll hold off buying anything unless we get a good... Like, if we get a good deal, we take it. If we don't get a good deal, we hold out till April, and then we ultimately make our decision. Because April is when I need to plant the sorghum. Now I think about it, I could also have the tractor start plowing. It would be nice, though, if I could go through here and, have the cultivator situation sorted, because I believe I could just cultivate that field, which is way faster than plowing, both in speed and how much gets covered. I have to spit that out and bring that back in, because it put out as a weird angle. Okay, so we got everything out of there. So where normally we get about 2.5 loads per year out of those greenhouses, this particular one we're only going to get about 75% of load, because we sold a bunch early for fertilizer and seeds and our stuff I need to keep the fields rolling, because the fields are worth way more than that now. But once I line this up on the main road, we're going to take a quick check to see what's on sale. So here's hoping it's something useful I can get on a budget. Slip and sliding on the ice. Why is that one tile fine? Oh, it's because there's the tiniest little speck of, like, straw on it from the AI turning around and just spitting out straw. I like that they have an ice mechanic on this. If you don't see, when I get up to speed, if I tap brake, the wheels lock, and we still slide. Okay, do we have any good sales? So we've got a plow that's smaller than the one we have, we have a tractor that's worse than the one we have, and we have a tipper that is considerably larger than the one we have. But the tipper's not that big of an immediate priority for me. It would be a nice to have, really, but we already depend on that, just like real life. Yeah, no, it's a touch that they didn't have to do, but is a nice touch. So we're probably looking at, what, 121, 122,000 maybe? Maybe not that much. This is mostly tomatoes and strawberries from the looks of it. Yeah, about 120,000 and some change. That's still not bad. 12k. 120k. Yup. Indeed, pound you, yep. See, when your coefficient friction is low, stop may not mean right away. Yup. There's also the mass behind it. And I do know I can clean up my equipment. I like the equipment in this game to Yeah, no, I saw that you were 120,000. On my end, it came out after I had already cashed out. There's a whole thing. Upper left monitor is your preferred. Oh, so the upper left monitor, that's where I have chat. It's I actually have a Elgato prompter. I was fortunate enough that while I was at TwitchCon we won it. I can see your screen on your glasses. Yeah, it's actually, it's not so much the screen you're seeing. What you're seeing up here is I have a light. I've tried to adjust it to not have the glare, but then the lighting gets messed up, so it has been not polarized. I mean, it's just a thing that happens. Okay, so we've got those. I'm not even dealing with the bread more yet. We can just kick those off right here. Now, polarized, you win? I am so confused. Do I have anything to deal with the animals? Yes. Those animals are going through that grass really fast. Are you just messing with you? Alright, so it does look like the animals are going to start being more and more of a pain because they don't have much capacity for food. So I'm going to have to keep filling it up. The good news, they already pulled up enough that I could just dump more in there and it's fine. We'll definitely want to get a large baler at some point. So you put like the giant bale there and just leave it there and let them slowly work through the bale. But not right yet. We're gonna see what we can manage to snag. Because I also don't need a particularly good baler. I just need to make a bale is pretty much the entirety of it. Like, I might even, for right now, leave this here. Start engine first? Why did my engine stop? So we can leave that there. Yeah, they're starting to go through a lot of stuff much quicker than I'd want them to. We can top off our greenhouses, we get all that stuff going. That'll be fine. Pretty soon it'll also be time to retire the little teeny tiny tractor. What's more likely going to end up happening anyways is I'm probably going to reach the point that I don't want to do as much time with the water tankers here, so I'm going to get a bigger water tank. And when that happens, the little teeny tiny tractor's not going to be able to handle it. Alright. We've got our water filled up, because we've been filling up the greenhouse and draining the water at the same time. Because we fill these up, we can feed the sheep. Well, give the sheep water. And little by little, making solid progress. Alright, so we gotta top you off again. Which does take a solid minute. Oh, I'm hoping I can actually get the water to the sheep with that trailer in the way. The foraging wagon. It's not a trailer. It does take a good minute to fill this thing up. I can technically drive all the way back to the building where we buy stuff, and they've got a spigot for water there that's much cheaper and fills up much faster. And so I feel like it's reasonably balanced only because it's so inconvenient to go to versus this is right here and costs me a lot more and goes slower. But I don't see it as worth my while until we have like a really, really monstrously large tank. Come on. Oh, I could like narrowly slide under this trailer. Okay. Alright, so we can fill up our greenhouse some more. The good news, they only have to fill these things up like twice a year or something like that. It's not very often. Yeah, okay, so water's topped off, grass is topped off. The sheep are making more sheep, as sheep do. So in 2 in-game months, we plant the sorghum. As well as we sell the wool. Alright. Cool. So as soon as it pinks, there we go. And we know we're good, so now it's time for March. So we sold everything we can, other than the wool for the season. And it's a solid 120-ish thousand, just a little under. So that's all really good news. And we can check to see if we get lucky on any sales. If not, when April rolls around and we sell our wool, we can see what we got. Ooh, excellent. The tiniest mower. Like, they're giving us all the trailers. They're trying to be like, hey, Tipper trailer, you really want this. Trust us. So we've got 43.8 meters squared, 75.6 meters cubed. Sorry, not squared, cubed. Versus the one we have is significantly smaller. We're at 22.5 meters cubed. So we could certainly upgrade to an unreasonable amount here. So like that would definitely be a big step up so far as storage, considering it's almost 8 times the storage. But yeah, I would need a big tractor or a big semi for that. Had a farm? Yeah. So we're doing pretty good with that. So with that, let's do a quick check on our production lines. Our flour is done. No more flour coming in. The bread's doing all right. Those are all fine. Animals. So the animals are now going through the grass and the water at pretty significant efficiency, which isn't super surprising. Because we are slowly getting more and more sheep. Let's go back over here to pick up the bread. It depends on if you have an axle weight on. What depends on if I have an axle weight on? Oh, for the trailer. Yeah, no, it could be a thing where I could add the dolly and do all that sort of stuff. Realistically, I'd probably just get a dedicated semi for when I go that size of stuff. Because that's where you'd want your tractor to be running around doing something else because you've got enough equipment to deal with. Alright, and I just realized something that was almost a big mistake on my part. Hey you. You got work to do. Go get that plow. Because while it'd be nice to wait and see if we get a cultivator, I do have to plant the crop tomorrow in game. And if we look at our stuff, so I have 100,000. We could literally get anything but these like last 2-3 biggest plows here. All the rest of these we can do. Ooh, actually, I can't do those. This tractor can't handle the cultivators that big. Hold up. Maybe this is going to help make our decisions. The tractor we currently have is 351 horsepower. So I can't actually do those giant cultivators. That's 550. So basically, I would be down to the 8.4 meter cultivator, which can go 9 miles per hour, as opposed to my plow, which goes 7 miles per hour to 6. So I'd get to go 2 miles per hour faster and have 2 extra meters of width, which is not nothing. So maybe the cultivator sprayer combo isn't an immediate concern. Like, it would be a bad thing. Like, if we get the big one, that'd be great. Oh, that's right. I need to go back and forth this way with the AI, or it's just not going to do it well. Let's see. If you remember correctly, the calculation is based on the power of the tractor until unit to prevent overfilling. All right. Alright, in the meantime, we'll just top off all the things. Might as well. Let the plow do its work. Because, yeah, I was like, oh, I almost made a mistake. It was very genuinely. I needed to get this plowed today, because tomorrow's when I gotta grow it and I gotta fertilize it. So I want the big cultivator. Unfortunately, the big cultivator is not in my budget. But see, if you're up to you, you'd get the sprayer first, as it's more significant investment, and it can be used without the cultivator and no productivity loss. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It'd be a matter of if I could do both. But yeah. The good news is, like, what we're looking at right now. We checked our sale prices. If we were to go, we could get the sprayer as one option. Where are you, sprayers? We get the sprayer. And that thing, if we save up just a little bit more, those actually... Yeah, because that was just the storage is the only difference. So I could get the giant sprayer, the full-size sprayer. And that's probably, like, I wouldn't even probably worry about getting the bigger one. Like that, this is big enough. I don't mind refilling it. Hey, Pankraru, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Scamming my boss so that you can eat poop. What? What? Oh, were you playing Cult of the Lamb? Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. Because I remember, oh, never mind, you already got the shout out. But for those who don't know Pancraro, a fantastic VTuber on the platform, plays a whole variety of games, including Cult of the Lamb, State of Decay 2, and a whole bunch of other fun stuff over there. But definitely worth checking out. Yeah, so there's narrow tires and wire tires. I think the narrow tires you could drive over the field without damaging them. Yeah, so we could potentially get this thing for 108,000. That would cover 36 meters. Sorry. 111,000. That would cover 36 meters per pass, which is ridiculously loud. How expensive is the self-propelled one? Which self-propelled one? How can I tell if it's self-propelled? Those are the two most expensive ones. Or are you talking about like one like this? Like maybe... No, I don't see a spray option here. They're a different category? Okay. Do you know what the name of the category is? Because I see... Are you sure this isn't mods again? Because I've never heard of something like that, and I don't see anything here that would imply that. Because the fertilizer spreaders is like lime and knot. Now you got sprayers. Not entirely. I'm guessing it's a mod. I'm almost at the point when people suggest stuff, be like, I'm not accepting it unless I know it's not a mod. Because that happens like every time someone suggests it's like, it's a mod. Like, well, great, I don't have it. But yeah. So we could get the big sprayer. That is an option. What about the harvesters? So we could definitely... I'd love to be able to get a bigger harvester because our little dinky harvester's struggling real bad. If I got this harvester, that's still only 6 width. Oh, that's because that's still selected. Okay, that's much better. So it's still 6 width. We can go... It's still 6 width. We could just potentially go 2 miles per hour faster. So that really doesn't help us. So we go for 265. We can go up to 8.5 meters wide, which is not really that big of an upstep. Please tell me one of these actually does give me a decent amount of width. Still crap. I'm disliking what I'm seeing. Okay, so that's 10.8 meters. All right, now we're talking 10.8 meters. So it looks like our price, we're going to be starting at 365. Well, never mind. So the harvester is going to be a pain point we're just going to have for a while. So the things we can spend our money on is doing the cultivator. We could also spend the money on doing the sprayer. The sprayer is probably a big one. Oh yeah, and that's the whole thing when you said that. I'm like, it's gotta be a mod. There is a vehicle for spraying. They actually do have it, and it lets you get up to 15 miles per hour. I don't know if that's with it operating, but it's also $317,000, so absolutely not my budget. The classic problem we've had every single time is everything isn't in my budget. So we could go this route. Do this. I'd have to buy the spray fertilizer, which is very expensive, which is fine once I get past the first year. And that would be good. The fertilizing part of it isn't a big deal right now for us, so I think I'm actually going to save. And if I catch it on sale, I'll catch it on sale. I do think it's worth doing the upgrade, but right now my existing fertilizer is fast enough that I don't see it as worth buying yet until I'm ready to get the cultivator as well. How are you doing, Plow? Not super great, if I'm being honest. Man, the AI is so terrible. And the problem is that's where the cultivator comes in. That's what we use to speed up that process. But we're probably looking at a bigger tractor to do that. It's more likely to buy them one at a time instead of saving up like 600K to get both. It's more like to buy them one at a time than to save up 600,000 to do both. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Because not gonna. Oh, you're talking about the sprayer and all that. Yeah, I'm not gonna go and buy the $300,000 self-propelled sprayer. Putting a sprayer on a tractor is not a big deal. Yes, I'd be able to go a little bit faster, but the extra $200,000 I gotta save up is a pretty big ask when that's a full. That'd be a full 2 more years worth of income before I could do that. All right. You know what I'm gonna do? This is not the best use of time and money. Also, if you want to use the sprayer on a field that is grown, you'll need crop tires in a tractor as well. Yeah, and I don't have a tractor that has can have crop tires. We already looked at that previously. Where is... Somewhere around here I've got a little plow. Oh, it's over there where I made the new field. Because what I'm thinking I could do is while that tractor's working on that side of the field, plowing with the big plow, I can go ahead and get this tractor on the other side of the field with the little plow to at least speed up the process. Is it going to hit my my margins a little bit better? Yes. But considering we had 100,000 years profit, that's pretty good. How did Rimroll good? Oh, we died. Yeah, I'm still on the fence deciding whether or not I want to do the Zombieland mod more. I had a lot of people saying that it's very much built around you having the advanced combat mod, which is just another mod I really don't want to deal with. Or use a little plow to correct AI mistakes. I mean, that's fine, but it won't take me very long to correct those mistakes. Versus if I can knock out even like 10 or so stripes worth of area in that time, that'll go a lot farther. Because unfortunately, I don't really have another thing I can be working on meaningfully right now. You know, I could cut down a couple of trees, but I don't really need to or want to. I can also spend a bunch of money to set up. We're planning on taking these, this area in front of me and make that into, like, a tractor yard or whatever. But, I'll need to take time to set it up, and I haven't been willing to do that. Alright. So now we've got tractors on both sides, starting the field from both ends. That tractor, we'll watch the tractor with the bigger plow. Oh, so we actually... Alright, let's hop out here. So that tractor had something it didn't like in the field here. So you either have a tree stump I've missed, which would surprise me with how many other processes they did just fine. But we might have a tree stump that we missed over here, or some other piece of debris. And more than likely they'll be around here-ish. It'll be real hard to see. I'm going to end up having to plow this just to see it. Because usually it's like roughly center of the lane. Don't know. It clearly saw something that it didn't like. But it's going to be really hard to find it. Alright. Isn't it at the triangle end? Oh, the stump? No, not usually. Usually it's a ways back, from what I've seen. Like, if I have a stump, usually it's not, like, around here. Not typically. Usually it'll be either like right kind of here where that's at its section, or it'll be a little ways back. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, but I don't see anything. With as tall as this is, it's gonna be impossible to see. What I'll do is I'll just bring the plow back through when we're ready. But yeah, so we got our tractors doing as much as they can at the moment. We are kind of a captive audience for them until they're done, because tomorrow in game day, I gotta plant it all, which that's the first thing I'll do is I'll get this tractor set up planting and get that taken care of. You'd be annoyed if it's buried. That's, I have been debating, and it's not even a big expense, is if we go into the forestry stuff here, My intro to dealing with the stumps was getting one of these, which is a forestry mulcher and tree stump grinder. That this thing, you don't have to sit there and like take the grind, like, so this is what we have right now, the stump grinder. We're just gonna like take it down and you like go back and forth, it's fine. If you get one of these, you just drive over it. You move real slow and it's got like a very low radius and all that, but you can just drive over and it'll get rid of it. The downside is that'll unplow our field if we do that. Like I'll have to replow the spot that I do that to. But I am debating getting one of those for spots like that, because then I'll just go up and back. So I hit both sides of it with the grinder, and if it is underground, it should still get it. Like it doesn't, I don't think it has to make physical contact to the model of the tree stump. Yeah, no, I've got the AI doing it. Like, for those who don't realize, we made, this past year, the amount of money you see there, that was all the profit from one in-game year now. That's how much our profit has improved to the sorghum field. One thing I can do that is going to set us back a bit is, with this money, since we're not going to be buying anything right now, I'm going to go solid fertilizer, because we're going to be stuck with that for at least one more time. I'm going to burn a bunch of money. No. The seeds I need to. Because the seeds, even if I upgrade stuff, I'm going to need the seeds. So we got our big thing of seeds. So I've got a full thing of seeds. The solid fertilizer, that, it's like, okay, we'll need some. Actually, how much do I have? Can I look at that easily? We got our sheeps doing their sheep things. Let's check to see if I can't get a look at our fertilizer real fast. I never run through it. Yeah, I was gonna say I shouldn't be hurting it. How expansive are the tower thingies that can store lime seeds and stuff like that as well? Oh, the towers? We can check that. I don't feel a need to get those right now. Because I want to say, are those under the silos? No. Tools. It was somewhere over here. Was it containers? Yeah, so the fertilizer tank that I could fill up with 60,000 liters of fertilizer. You have silos you can put different products into. You have our water tanks, liquid fertilizer tank, petrol tank. Yeah, no, we can make the silos. So the silos, if you want ones that have conveyor belts built into them, I want to say it's 120,000 starting. If you want the ones that you have to provide your own conveyor belt to them, they're 72,000. But, you know, you get the idea. I could store a lot of crops in there. So they're not a terrible idea. You could also get ones like this that stores 16 million liters worth of stuff. So yeah, if I wanted to provide my own for 80,000, I could get this. That will make a big difference for me. Let's see, can silos hold lime and stuff as well? No, I believe these are crops. You have containers that you have liquid fertilizer. You have the water tanks give you water. I don't remember if there's one that you can put. Yeah, that one just says fertilizer. It doesn't specify what it is. I don't think any say lime. But, like, that's not a big deal. Just driving to get lime and all that, that's... I literally just go up that road and we can get it. And that truck can hold a pretty ridiculous amount of lime. Because I was gonna go buy the full vehicle worth of fertilizer And it's like, okay, hang on, that might be a little bit much. You're thinking about buying lime and stuff in the dead time of winter, and then storing it in the summer? Does lime really change that much of a price season to season? Because if it does, I never bothered looking. If it is a significant change in price based on the season, then I can already do that. Yeah, so solid fertilizer has no fluctuation, liquid fertilizer has no fluctuation, lime has no fluctuation. Oh yeah, no, I'm not worried about that. Like, I don't care about having the days that we fast forward through right now having something for me to do necessarily. Now, it's stuff like this when I can have the drivers doing this, I'm like, oh, I wish I had something else to work on. That wouldn't be too bad. Because we want to fertilize this field, but I can't fertilize it yet until we're done plowing it. The big thing would be if we can get the big cultivator and a proper tractor, we could fly through this step really fast, versus this is one of our bottlenecks. The bottlenecks we have right now, as far as our time goes, is... Hey, Deegan, how's it going? It's going pretty good here. Making solid money in the game now on our Survivor Man run. But yeah, so... Like, the big bottlenecks we have is when I go to pick up the straw. That is very laborious right now. But, the plowing is a big bottleneck at times. Probably the plowing is probably our worst bottleneck at the moment. And then the harvest is the last bottleneck. The fertilizing takes us very little time. That's relatively fine. But yeah. You want to say they could deal with, like, 20% with the speed penalty? Yeah, no, the big thing is... For going for the cultivators, we're not talking a minor 20%. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're not talking a minor upstep. Like, we look at some of these, 550 horsepower, and we're at 351. So, like, this one would be in the okay range. Like, it is over our horsepower, but we'd probably be able to do that. That's right out. And I don't know why we've got this tiny one here. But yeah, so like this one here, which is 12.2 meters, that would actually be a good upgrade. This one wouldn't. That's one we could definitely do, but it's only 2 more meters and 2 miles per hour faster. This one could definitely be good. But the issue is I need the sprayer first. And then if we went back to the sprayers I can get away with anything. I can go all the way up here and that's fine. Like, we're solid with these sprayers. Because I think I'm hauling more than 5.3 tons in a lot of this stuff. So I should be able to pull the giant sprayer here, and that'd be okay. 7 miles per hour. Which, don't get me wrong, would be faster, except fertilizer is the only step that's not a big pain for me right now. Because, like, even like, the big... Because I have the... It's, like, the largest of the solid fertilizer vehicles, just because it's using it for the lime. That's just not been a problem for us whatsoever. Am I going to need to lime this field? It does mark as liming. I could do the lime. Isn't 3k liters of wheat something? Like 5 or 6 tons? Yeah. That's what I'm saying, is I'm not worried about the weight on that equipment. The weight should be fine. The big issue I have right now is I don't have a tractor to spare to do other things, because I got them both work in this field. Because that'll pick up the pace, and then I can take the blue tractor. We can lime the field, which, if we don't lime the field, we take a 15% penalty on our production. There was a blue tractor on sale. Yeah, but it's only 201 horsepower if I upgrade it. So, like, right now what it's got is the 235. Yeah, so to get up to the... Wait, why would I spay... Wait a second. Oh, I was looking at the liters, not the horsepower. Yeah, so it starts at 145, And I can jump it up to 201. Which, don't get me wrong, with 201 I could do more with it. I'd be able to grab that trailer and all that, probably okay. I don't think that's worth the money, though. I think right now with our tractors, is I'm waiting to buy either something bigger or roughly equivalent to this one, since this one is a maintenance nightmare. We'll try and get that sorted. So I think we're saving for one more harvest. And we can potentially get ourselves up to like 225,000. With the 225,000, I can potentially see, and this is assuming no sales. If we hit any sales, everything gets better. But we can grab this one here for 102. And we can grab for the cultivators. I could potentially grab this one here for the 101, which will be pushing what we can handle. There should be an equivalent large tractor new in that price range. Yeah, well, in that price range? The large tractors start at 247. I believe we go way over here. There's like one that drips down. Yeah, there's one that dips down, but not enough. Yeah, no, the light tractors start at 247. I think you're thinking of the mods again. Like, that is one of my complaints about a lot of the modded tractors, is there's a lot of modded tractors like, well, here's an entry-level large tractor, and you look at the price, and it's just straight up better than the medium tractors in every range. It's like, the price is better, the horsepower is better, and everything. You're like, well, okay, just don't even worry about it. That's actually reasons I don't do many mods with this game, is every other mod will be like, this is balanced. And it's like, it's very not. It's very, very not. It's fine, no judgment if people want to use it, but it's also definitely not balanced. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Well, I'm saying there was a time you could find a 500 horsepower tractors for like 10K. Oh, is it like used, but it was like 10 years used or something? Oh yeah, but hear me out, Twilight. Twilight saying, says the man who complained about a modded tractor that was the exact same as a vanilla one, but repaintable. Yeah, but you gotta remember, fashion is one of the most important stats in any game. So being able to change the color of that tractor, easily doubling its price, if not more. So the fact that it was the same price, the same horsepower, and same stats, but repaintable, definitely overpowered. You could paint it. I 100% trolled myself on that one. To be fair, it was a DLC tractor that was perhaps not quite in line to the balance, which there are a lot of those. If we do look at a lot of the tractors you pop in here, like, let's grab one of the cheaper, I mean, these ones are kind of a special exception. So we've got this one that's $88,000, 140 horsepower. I mean, it's actually in line there. Sometimes you'll go in here and you'll find silly ones. These ones are mostly okay, actually. Yeah, so 80,000, 104 to 104. So let's find a no, that'll be roughly fine. Those are actually okay. I've had a few things that, like, when you look at the DLC ones, you're like, okay, but why wouldn't I choose that one? 150 horsepower for 58,000. So let's go down to the other ones that are 58,000. There isn't one. There's my example. 150 horsepower, 58,000. Literally the cheapest of the medium ones. By literally, this is more than twice the price. There's kind of my example. And this starts at the same exact horsepower. Now, it does have a negative, to be clear. It doesn't have a front connection. I don't think you can give it one. You can add a weight to the front, so it does have a negative that does devalue it a little bit. And then same with this one. That's close to the same price, but higher horsepower. But yeah, it's fine. I actually don't think that one's that bad. I found a few things that are like, but here's, I think like the foraging wagons and that, there's like, okay, the DLC one's better. Well, is it more expensive? No, it's better. It's just better. Just ignore it, it's better. Not that it's pay to win, it's a single-player game. But, well, I mean, you can play it multiplayer. I should say that. A lot of people do play it multiplayer, so it's not a single-player game. But the point being is it's not a game that you're going to be competing other people with different DLC, typically. It's not you hop on some server and the other players in the server have a distinct advantage over you because they got the DLC. There's a Farm Sim esports league, but do people actually play? No, I'm teasing. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing, but it's like a bailing contest and everything. But the whole thing is you're all going to be on the same equipment and all that for that type of deal. All right, bear with me, chat, for just a moment. I need to grab myself a new drink. I ran out, but I'll be back here in a moment. Oh yeah, no, it'll be the same. You'll be required to like not have mods. The same thing, like it'll be the same as like any other esports things. So it says you can't join servers if you don't have all the DLCs. Yeah, if you don't have all the DLCs, that server is running. Yep. Did some Gartic phone with some friends. Never done the animating part, and you need to search it off. But we did decent. Tomorrow will be better. Yeah, no, it's fun. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Said, Bale, have you considered that? Or is that forging wagon better for you? Oh, that actually wouldn't be a bad spin. I was just talking about that. I want to get like the big wheels, like the big wheel type bales. I know I have to stop to spit them out, all that, but hear me out. I like them more. So I could get the big bales. Now the catch is that doesn't make me more money now. They also roll downhill. I actually don't care about that much. But so it doesn't make me more money right now. It would let me sell the forging wagon because if I have that, I can take the straw and I can roll it into the big bales. And I can also take the grass and I can roll in the big bales, and I can just sit it in front of the, you know, I can also sit in, you know, front of the sheep, and it will slowly take from the big bale, versus now me have to, like, drop off, and then, like, the next 2 days later, it's like, oh, the sheep are hungry again. Let me just tip more in there. I can literally just sit the giant bale there, and I'll keep pulling from that bale until it eventually just vanishes. And if we're really lucky, I could fit 2 or 3 bales there. The question is, if I get the big baler, a big baler, I don't actually care if it's like, I don't need to go over here and be like, let me get the biggest monstrosity of a baler here. Like, let me get this. Oh, I mean, but it gives me a larger size. Yeah, so I could literally make a 150 centimeter, you know, circle thing. Obviously, I can't, because that's way outside my money. It still lets me get 125, though. I mean, sure, that lets me get bigger. But that's still 125 centimeter. Because I don't need it to be particularly big or fast. It'll still be easier for us to deal with. Even these ones let me do 150. Go to the bigger one. A stationary baler turns loose goods into conventional bales. This baler has a bunker at the back which can be filled up. The bale wrapper wraps... Oh, it's got the wrapper and all that. I see. Hey, Yoshisuke. How's it going? Yeah, so these ones here do both. I'm not worried about doing the wrapper as well. So that's 125. Yeah, so that's what this is telling me, is that it wraps it. So for 59,000, I can get a 120, 25 size one. Interestingly enough, this one can do a bigger one for less money. So, okay, I don't know why I wouldn't use this one. And the little tractor can do that. It's got a night shift, changing the sleep rhythm. So for 57,000, I can get the baler to make the big wheel bales. The question also boils down to the Bale autoloader. Oh, right, you're only 50,000. Okay. Okay. Alright, so the downside I'm gonna have right now is... because I want this. If you haven't seen this thing is amazing. So you see this arm lowers here, so it's a hook. So what ends up happening is you drive up, you get the big round bale, and it just puts it over onto the side, and it puts it over on the side, and it'll load like 5 deep, 3 per area. It puts a lot on there. Okay, I can see doing that. And that'll actually work, because that should speed up the rate we can go and do our forging wagon then. Yeah, I think it's 6x3. Because if we do that, and I think there is like a bigger one of these. Yes, that's the square bales. And you can do 180,000 or 180 centimeter. You can do the square bales as well. Yeah, so it's 14 bales here, 24 bales here. Yeah, so I mean, why would I not do this one? So the only yeah, no, it's 24 bales. It says here on the bottom. So yeah, so that would definitely be the winner there. So that would speed up our picking up the straw part a lot and make it less of a hassle to deal with the grass as well when it comes to feeding the sheep. So that wouldn't be a bad move, because straw was one of the ones we recognized as one of our bottlenecks. The downside is, wasn't our bale on sale yesterday or something like that? Yeah, that's the other thing. I don't need to buy right this second. We can see if something comes up on sale. We won't have to worry about the buying part of it until we reach the point that it's time to harvest our wheat. When it's time to harvest our wheat, that's the point it becomes a problem. Hey, thank you, Cliffhanger Gaming, for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. And welcome in, Raiders. What were we playing today, and how did it go? So let's go ahead and do a shout out for Cliffhanger. That's not how you spell Cliff. Cliffhanger Gaming. And we were playing some Sniper Elite 5, according... Oh, then Twitch is lying to me. Played some Farm Sim. Nice, nice. What kind of, like, map are we doing? Did we have a good time? All that good stuff. Yeah, also apparently plays Sniper Elite 5, so if those sound like your jam, Farm Sim and Sniper Elite 5, you can go find that over there. But yeah, so what type of run were we doing? Like, how did it go? And for those popping in there, what would you say was your favorite part of that stream? But yeah, so right now we're doing a sorghum. Excellent, that's what goes in this field. Green Valley, Nebraska 4X. I don't know that one, but sounds awesome. Them just chatting to us? Excellent. It's always good to have like good conversation. Yeah, so we're doing what's referred to as a Survivor Man challenge. Hey, Chillzone, how's it going? We're doing what we're calling a Survivor Man challenge. So what happened when we started is I started with this bus, which we just sleep in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we started with this bus. It's just where we sleep. Got our wood fire stove or MREs, and don't sleep in the bed. It bites. And we gave ourselves a truck and a chainsaw and $0. Literally not a penny to our name. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And from there, we cut down all the trees in this hill. And we went and we slowly expanded, so we got all the trees cut down. We got some greenhouses. We used those greenhouses to be able to afford this field and then half of that field. We made enough money to then buy another tile to get those fields set up, and eventually that granary. And you can't see it too well, but way over there we got a bakery now. And then after the bakery, we got ourselves some sheep. And then after all of that, we now have this giant field. So we're primarily growing wheat at the moment to feed into our bakery. However, with how much I've got produced at this level, I kind of need this one to not be wheat. I wouldn't have enough time to deal with like plowing and fertilizing and harvesting and all that. It'd be just too much in one day. So we're doing sorghum. That way I have kind of, you know, the wheat season, the sorghum season, and like trade back and forth. This is your second raid? Nice, nice. We helped them with a raid? Awesome. It's always good to help each other. Yeah, no, I suspect it is a modded map, which is fine. This is a modded map too. This is the No Man's Land. For anyone who's not familiar with No Man's Land, this is a very fun map if you want to build everything yourself. When you start out, the entire map is basically empty except for this field that's all dead and this field that's all dead. And all you have is down here, you've got like your tractor shop, your sell point down here, a place to get gas and repair, and a place to get animals. And you make everything yourself. So all the fields we've got out here and these buildings and all that, that's stuff we've built. So it's a nice map that you can just kind of make your own. There's a couple good maps like that. Calm Lands is another good one. If you just want a map that doesn't have a whole lot in it, they just got like those required sell points and such you need to function. At the beginning, they start with that, and then everything else you got to make yourself, which again makes it really interesting. So like that road you see like ahead, we put that road in. That didn't exist at the beginning. But our plan after this is to run the road between those two fields, straight along there, probably make where we got the greenhouses, change that gravel path from where it is now to being more like a little opening. Down in that end of the field where you see those rocks, we're going to go ahead and put some asphalt down, put like some like overhangs and all that for like tractor storage. Yeah, so right now we're just plowing our sorghum field. And then we're going to turn around, fertilize it. Next in-game day, I've got to seed it. And then we're basically moving on forward until it's time to do the wheat. Actually, I sell my wool tomorrow in game. But yeah, so starting with $0, it's been a slow climb, but we're getting to the point that momentum's starting to build up. We did have our big sale of our goods in game today that we made 119,000, which has been nice, considering the earlier years we were making like 20,000 a year kind of tops. It's been a slow climb, but we're getting there. But I like that style, where you start with like as little as possible and make something of it. I do play a whole variety of games on the channel, so I do play like simulation, survival, settlement builders, colony builders, city builders, tycoon, the rare roguelite, more roguelite than roguelike, actually. I actually don't really play many roguelike. I play more roguelite. Among life sims as well, so your Stardew Valleys, your Harvest Moon, your Coral Islands. Play a pretty wide range of games, but all good times. But yeah, at the moment I got both my tractors going because this field's gargantuan. And this poor blue tractor needs to be put out of its misery in a bad way. It has been the workhorse for the whole time. It's over 10 years old in game now. So its repair costs are getting pretty unreasonable pretty fast. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Actually, we can actually look to see the age of these things. Yeah, so we got all our tractors in red. Here, I mean, they're starting to get, like... The red is the sell value. It's been devalued. But yeah, so that New Holland we've got is almost at 100 hours, operating hours, not 100 hours being around. It is... Oh, I take that back. It's more than 10 years old. It's coming up on 14 years old. Excellent. I do have a couple other vehicles that are up there in years, but they have very little use time on them. Our Burer, which is the green-yellow tractor over there, that one's getting up there. Alright, you have a good sleep. Thank you for tuning in, hanging out, and all that good stuff. But yeah, so we've got all our equipment here, and some of that stuff's getting a little up there. Because it does a thing that, as your tractors get old enough, I think they get to like 6 times the rate they need to be repaired. So if you think about when you buy a tractor brand new, how long it takes to get, you know, fully damaged or whatever, it's 6 times faster. So this poor tractor ends up costing me a couple of thousand every single time I break it out, I do anything of substance with it. Luckily, we're making enough money that isn't that big of an issue. Not enough that I've gotten to the point I'm like, I have to sell this, but it is a pain. I might not even sell the tractor. What I might ultimately do with the tractor is we'll get something like bigger, better kind of thing. And it'll go from a tractor we use regularly to just grab and like haul our goods back to sale and whatnot. I think we have decided the next move is going to be to get a baler and the auto baler picker upper thingy. The one that has the prongs that rolls it on the back. So not a modded one, just the base game. Because with that, I've already got so our harvester leaves behind straw where possible. That'll make that way less of a pain. I haven't even looked at the balers. So the one we're looking at to do the 125, it doesn't give me the width on this, which kind of bothers me. I mean, I guess they're all the same with the idea is you'd use the windrower. You just have like a really big windrower and pile it all up into one row, which I could see definitely doing. Huh. Oh, I think that one has rollers as well or whatever. Yeah, it's 14 meters. That's 15 meters. Because that'd be another thing we do is we get the windrower. That would save us time as well. Because right now, the big bottlenecks we have, so far as picking up the pace and stuff, is the plowing is one big one. Which granted, I can have 2 tractors plowing at once at the moment. But, the next big one would be our harvesting is a bottleneck, and then finally picking up the straw is the third major bottleneck. The fertilizer takes a little while, but compared to all the other processes, it's relatively quick. So I do want to get a big cultivator. That isn't in our budget yet. I do want to get a really big sprayer, because if I use the cultivator, I need the sprayer for the herbicide. Which would definitely be something worthwhile. Now the one big thing is if I do go the route of the large baler, it might make sense in the near future. So like get the baler, get the trailer for it, go to the next in-game day, or next harvest or whatever. If we go that route, then maybe it makes sense for us to snag one of these tiles that's just a bunch of open space, like 45 here. And then get ourselves, like, as big of a mower setup as we can to get that going just for the sheep or whatever. I don't think I want to go that route. I want to get the baler. That part I agree. It's just making the most of the baler. Is 55 hilly? No. The downside is 55. You see where this brim is? It actually cuts into that tile a little bit. There's a hill right here. Oh, 54. I don't want to get that far away from where I'm at. I'd rather have a adjacent tile. Because otherwise, you know, I could sit here and go, okay, you know, 20 looks like it's hilly, but that's not that big a deal. All of these ones up here have very little in the way of trees, so they would be decent. Most of these, it's the same thing. Same down here. So 57 might not be a bad move. We can go check it while it's finishing. But it might be worthwhile for us to make that kind of a move. Is if we go with the baler route. Well, it'd probably be get the baler, get the windrower. After the windrower, then we could look at getting another tile. So yeah, so this would be like 57, for example. It's got a little spot of trees in that edge. We'd cut down the 1 or 2 trees in the middle. There's a little spot of trees way over here in this corner. But if you actually watch... Baler or Bale wrapper? Baler. So, like, that's a wall there. I'm not near the edge of the map yet, but I've already hit the wall. I can't go farther. So it does actually kind of rob you of a good 5-10% of the tile, which isn't that big a deal. It is only mostly annoying because you actually like, catch into it and then you leave grass to the ground. You can't pick it up ever, and it ends up being a huge pain. 54 is kind of the same, or 58 is kind of the same thing. We got a little bit of trees on both those sides, but otherwise it's a wide open area. We can check out 54 as well. I mean, we could also get the giant machine that does the baling and the wrapping, but that'd take a whole extra year saving, and I don't think I want to do that. Which I think you go to Sillage or whatever. So 55, you know, this part's fine. There's definitely a pretty massive hill going on here into 54. 54 looks like it is definitely hills for days. Like, don't get me wrong, it's like all grass, but it's also all hill. Do sheep even eat silage, or is it cow only? I think it's cow only? I actually don't know. I know silage is good money in this, if we went that route. I don't think I want to go that route, but it is a route that could potentially be gone for money. Which all silage is, you just take that stuff, you either wrap it and like leave it there. The hill would impose a 1 mile per hour speed limit, unless you have a powerful enough tractor. If you've got a strong enough tractor, it won't care. Like that baler we looked at is 90 horsepower. If I put that on my 100 horsepower, yeah, you're probably right about 1 mile an hour. If I put in that big 300 horsepower, it won't know or care. It'll just fly up the hill with no problem. Okay, so we're going to let the blue tractor finish this pass, and then I'm going to get it out of here and let the green and yellow one keep doing its work. Because then I'll go get the fertilizer, drive back down to the shop, get a bunch of fertilizer in the fertilizer wagon, drive back down here, start fertilizing the field, doing all those things. Let's see. Bob Laylock saying, I wanted to be here longer, but I'm very tired. See you, good night. No problem, you sleep well. Thank you for, you know, dropping by and hanging out and all that good stuff. I totally understand, it's really late for a whole lot of people. I don't even know what time it is. Alright, so let's look at just shy of 2 hours left to stream. So we got a bit longer. But yeah, so that is what, 3 passes? 4 passes? Did you end up getting a roller? I have not gotten a roller. That would be like $55,000 for a decent roller. It's not a bad move to get a roller either. Sorry, it's like $41,000 for the 12 meter, and then this one's way bigger, which would be fun and all, but also not really necessary. Let's run over here. We can repair this real fast, because they haven't repaired the plow in a while, and I don't remember what the effect of it is. All of these have negative effect when they're in bad repair. Some of it's really, really severe stuff, like your harvester's header being in bad repair. Reduces the amount of yield you get out of it. Oh, I forgot I got that tree laying there still. Because I think you want to get stuff to improve your workflow that allow you to get another tile. If you remember correctly, the plow speed, that would make sense. Because I was actually trying to think, like, what would be the negatives? Speed is the one that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and that's the whole thing, is I could definitely see the baler speeding things up. Because the big part of the foraging wagon right now is just the fact that I have to drive all the way down here, each and every individual load. Where with the baler, I can just, you know, drop all the bales off, then pick all the bales up on the truck, and then drive the whole thing here once. So that would definitely improve that whole experience a lot. It'd also mean I could just get rid of the foraging wagon. All right. So it says, if you remember correctly, unlikely, a full autoloader of 180 bales is something like 265,000 liters. 180 bales? What wagon had that? Where's the autoloader? Yeah, because like this one is 14 bales. 3 bales. It doesn't say. These are modded ones. No, are those the mod ones? No, it's not the mod ones. I actually have that one. But that's not actually... I think these ones are from the mod that allow you to autoload those. But these ones aren't the mod. So yeah, this is the one that's got the most, the 24. This one surprisingly says it only does 14 bales. Not 180 bales, the wagon. 180 centimeter bales. Ah, I understand. That's the reason it's like 180 bales. Like, what the heck are you picking up that many bales? Like, I don't... What? That makes way more sense, because there's... What? How are you getting that many bales on anything? Come on. There we go. Oh, we just got a shout out. I don't know what's about to happen. I don't want to, like, I'm not going to say who just in case, like, I don't know what's going on or I don't have context to it. But we just got, like, a random shout out of nowhere, so it's like, okay. I appreciate shoutouts. Alright, so we finished plowing the field. Which is good, because this thing's about out of gas. Here's what I'm actually going to do. I'm going to get this out of the way. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, either way. Yeah, we're going to get this thing out of the way. There are AI mistakes in the field? That's right. Like, that end was all fine. It was the one row over there and the one row, like the one spot over here. So let's knock that out real fast. Because I almost forgot about that. But that'll work out. It's always weird when someone shouts you out and you have no context of what's going on. And you're like, oh, that's so nice. But also, why? And usually it's something fine, like someone will be like, oh yeah, you know, something Project Zomboid. By the way, if you have more questions, this is the person you can ask. Oh yeah, I should shout them out. Or, hey, if you like this game, I know someone who plays this game all the time. You know, and you shout them out and all that. But on the receiving end of the shout out where you just get the whole thing that tells you your shout out, you're like, why is this person talking about me right now? I'm hoping it's a positive. Well, I mean, of course, it's going to be a positive thing. You wouldn't shout someone out if it wasn't a positive thing. That'd just be weird. But that does happen. I've also done that sometimes as a troll when someone shouts, like, you know, when someone shouts me out, I shout them out back or whatever. Or just, you randomly are discussing something where you know the other person's streaming, so you just shout them out randomly during your stream. If it's relevant, of course. And have them going, what? Yeah, I could have gone over there and gotten the big plow and done this in one pass. So I'm like, I'm right here with this tractor. We just fly through this real fast. Because it'll get this tractor out of the way, go get the fertilizer and whatnot with the other tractor. We go get the fertilizer with the other tractor. It was definitely an I'm already here kind of job. Exactly. Like, if it was a bunch that I'd missed, it's like, okay, let me just get the proper tool for this. But yeah, just, you know, it's enough. But yeah, so I want to get the fertilizer in the other tractor, get that not topped off, but like get a decent amount there. I could also do the lime. I don't know if I want to. Like, okay, I mean, I should, right? The lime is 15% more. So just think about it's like 15% more money if I do the lime, with the downside of the lime costs money. The big issue is then I gotta deal with it. So I can go over there and buy 8 things of lime, load them all up on here, and do that. So we do the lime, then we do the fertilizer, then tomorrow comes, we plant the seeds, and we do the second round of fertilizer. And that should put us up to like the 200%-ish if I do it that way. Use the spreader, haul it directly. I mean, I can. I also have the seeds here I need to move though. And I don't think the 8 containers of lime, I think that will fill it up. The fertilizer, I'm gonna bring it up here for, definitely. So lime, customize, 8, done, yes. And I think I could fit all 8 of those on. I could also fit two of the containers of... Actually, that might not be a bad idea. I could also fit 2 containers of fertilizer on there, which might be enough for that field. I actually don't need much in the way of fertilizer. I think all that'll fit on here. I'm not positive, but I think they're the same size as the flour. And if they are, they're not. I'm pretty sure they're not looking at that. We'll grab what we can. If I can't grab it all right now, that's fine. It just means we grab more the next time. So the question is, do they stack? I don't think they do. They do stack. Okay. It's probably a mistake to do it this way. So we could fit 6 of those? Yeah, 6 of those. So we're committing to doing this for a bit longer like this. We're grabbing a ridiculous amount of all the things. Well, the good news is the seeds use one thing. The lime and the fertilizer, it's whatever goes in there first. I fill it up and I move it to the side. It's definitely not the ideal way of dealing with this, but that's fine. But this means I'm basically set for the lime and the fertilizer and the seeds for a while. Like, it'll take a couple years for us to go through these supplies. So will it definitely shoot us up for almost 20,000 between all 4 of them. Or all 3 of them. That's fine. It's also interesting that the lime has twice as much volume as the others, despite being in the same container. Which one would assume the containers are the same volume in general? Just saying. Okay. So let's park this back over here. Yeah, no, I don't think it's like actual leaders. I think they do a lot of, you know, wink wink nudge nudge units. We can probably go over here. Well, that was interesting. It started filling it up with lime. I'm hoping it didn't just delete that that fertilizer from existence. It did. Does it prioritize the lime over the fertilizer? Let's save this real fast before we do that. I don't mind losing that little bit of fertilizer, but just in case it does a thing where I push the button and suddenly 80% lime disappears, I don't want to go through that. Because that'd just be like deleting $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 worth of materials out of existence. I also haven't been keeping track of how many boxes we put in this thing. So it was what, 12,000? Over a certain percent, it refuses to override. Okay, that's fine. Because we only had like it was like 3-6 or so percent left in there. It wasn't much. It's nothing that I'd be like super upset about. Alright, we are full up on lime. And there's no more lime in there, so we have got that figured out. Lime has been separated. If you don't think about it too much. And I know it's going to seem weird that I'm going to be doing this horizontally. I want the AI to take over, and for them to take over and do an okay job. It has to be horizontally for this particular field because of the trees and whatnot. Alright, so I need to take you to get repaired. So we're going to drop off this real fast. Now, I should be able to sell that foraging wagon for a decent amount and be able to still get the baler. Because that foraging wagon, I think I'll be able to score like 20,000, 30,000 for it. And where I've definitely topped off our supplies, I'm not super worried about the rest of the stuff. Especially when we're going to get another payday here not too long. How much would that foraging wagon go for? 18,000. Well, I'm not even right. That's fine. I'm gonna go patch this up. I mean, 18,000 is still probably enough. Without repairing or repainting? Does repairing and repainting do that much for it? Because repainting is usually obnoxiously expensive. It's always worth it if memory serves. Alright, you know what I'm going to do? I think we are committing to the baler. Well, I keep forgetting. It's like I want to wait to do the baler until I catch it on sale, or we hit time to harvest the wheat. Either of those. Because it's time to harvest the wheat, then I need the foraging wagon or the baler. At that point, I'd like to commit to one. But I do think we go that route. At that phase, it also makes it worthwhile for me to potentially turn around and, you know, mow more of the grass, maybe. I haven't decided that one. I'm trying to understand what the big benefit with the balers is. So we've got our balers here. What is the big benefit? So this one lets me get 125 centimeter bales, and I go 10 miles per hour. Oh, that's the one that lets me go 180. That's the one we want. I want to go for the big ones. But I don't see why I would do... Oh, these ones wrap it as well. That's why. So I could just skip right to wrapping it. Now I could do the 240 centimeter, which would be nice. But I think the 240 centimeter is too big for this. Yes. 1A is as big as I can go. So this one would be... Sorry. This one would be cool, except then I have problems where I can't facilitate picking it up easily. Alright. Yeah, I guess we just get the, we get this one. $240 square. 180 round. Oh, I didn't even look at it. I was just caught by the size. Gotcha. So repair you. Yeah, if I can do the 180 size one, that'll work fine with the baler and all that. Yeah, another rectangular. Yep. I haven't used the big round balers really on my own much in the game. I've used the big circle ones. I've used the rectangular ones plenty. The rectangular ones went relatively well, where it's just, you just drive it, it just plops them out the back. The downside of the rectangular ones is cleanup on the other side of it. That's been at least my experience, but it could be if I got the much bigger ones, it wouldn't be as bad. Versus the round ones with that autoloader not being that much. It's not that big a deal. Alright. Yeah, so get the Forager wagon, that'd be 18,000. That should push us over the top. Yeah, I don't mind forcing the stop. That's not that big a deal. But going this route, I could definitely see taking the time to buy a windrower that'll at least handle 3 of the different paths together. That might be worth our time. Or also, it depends on our harvester. If we get, like, the giant harvester, I don't know if it puts in just one big row or how that works. I haven't spat out the straw often in the past. All harvesters do 1 row? Okay, so I'm probably not too worried. So the good news, as you can see, we're getting the lime down there. I don't mind having the employees do a lot of the work now. We've reached a point that they handle it pretty well. Okay, so you're good here. You're good here. You're doing your thing. You're going through the lime relatively fast, but I think you'll get through this field. Man, the lime is way less efficient. Like, that entire field is probably 20... Not even. Probably, like, 15% fertilizer. But when it comes to lime, it is like an entire load of lime. That's, I could see that being one of the reasons to go with the rollers is, okay, you do your 2 rounds of rollers and you get your 10%, which isn't quite undoing the penalty of the lime, but you don't have the cost. Because, yeah, so liming this whole field costs us how much? 3,150 plus the working cost, which is, the working cost isn't that much in this. The 3,150 is how much it's costing just to do this step. Not counting the maintenance either, which will probably be another 1,000 on this poor tractor. And then we do the fertilizer, and that'll probably cost us another 2,000-3,000, something like that. But that's the cost. You add all that stuff in, and you get way more crops out of it and all that. So it's worth doing. I can imagine we would also get to the point with some of these fields that it wouldn't be worth necessarily putting all of the effort to get the maximum yield out of it. So like skip on the lime entirely and just go with the fertilizer because you've got enough fields that you can't keep your equipment tied up that long. Like the fertilizer is still worth it because a 50% bonus, it would take a lot of extra labor to make it worthwhile to skip that. Especially considering how fast it is to fertilize. That's where the silos come in. I didn't see a silo for lime. I saw a silo for fertilizer, but not for lime. Like, don't get me wrong, the map has mods to make your own lime. So you can just, like, dump stone into it and just make lime with it. I think it was the map. Yeah, so you can take stone and water and make lime, but that's a mod because it's the map itself, which is kind of a neat idea, is being able to make your own lime in the game. You know, it's like both a cost savings thing and, well, just being able to get around it. Because I would be down with the game supporting your ability to make your own fertilizer. Like, you'd have to get, you know, something like the grass clippings or silage or something on as well as turning around and getting manure or whatever else. It says, I want to ask something, but I'm not sure if it's okay. Can you play Farming Sim in the first half of stream and something else in the second? I don't think I caught you in the first half stream in a while. Life changing and sometimes kind of time sucks. I wouldn't be necessarily super against that. All right, and still Adams on a 7 stream. I remember someone placing the lime cell buy point as well. Not sure which mod it is, though. That could be interesting. That might be part of this mod. Yeah, no, it's, I do understand that I've been actually playing the second half of stream has been Farm Sim a lot, lately. And part of it is it's kind of a great game to wind down stream on. Because it's not as, like, frenetic and chaotic as some games we've played in the past can be. But it's kind of like the same thing that... Oh, you're blocked. Here, I'll take care of it. It's kind of the same thing that happened with RimWorld for a while, as I was playing RimWorld, like, all the time on the beginning part of the stream. And it was, like, to the point that people on the first half stream, that's all they were seeing. I wanted to close it, not do that. Like, so I know I've been playing a lot of Farm Sim in the second half, but I do get that it's not everyone's bag. We did actually play... What did we play yesterday? Was it yesterday? No, it was the day before yesterday, because we had played Space Engineer... Oh, we had done the Elden Ring stream, that's right. I do need to mix it up a little bit. Like, I want to keep Farm Sim on the roster just in general, but I could see doing it where, like, I do a day or two a week of one game and a day or two of Farm Sim, that kind of thing. Like, to mix it up. Just not to go, like, all in on one game. That said, Farm Sim has been doing extremely well on the channel. So it is one of those things that does draw me to playing it more, being like, oh, this is, like, going really well, I really enjoy the game, and, like, it's doing well by the numbers and all that. And that's, like, the dream, is when you're playing something, you're having a good time, and, you know, the community's jiving with it, you got new people popping in, all that good stuff. I've been actually having kind of problems sticking to, like, what I want to play on the channel at a given moment. Like, RimWorld was fun earlier. Not convinced on the mod if I want to keep doing that or not, but... You know, playing RimWorld itself was fun. But I kind of also worry if I play a bunch, like, if I play some more RimWorld, I'll just kind of, not burn out on it, but I'll be, like, ready to not play it again real fast. I was actually going to wait longer before I played more of it, but... I don't know, we've had a couple games that, in this last batch of votes, that didn't work out too well. Like, Traveler's Rest had a bug that was a problem. Space Engineers wasn't doing well. It happens. That's always the thing you run into. But honestly, I've also kind of found if I end up playing like 5 or 6 different games, even if like 2 or 3 of them don't work great, that's still relatively okay. You don't need every other game to be a win to be worth playing. You just kind of got to watch that you don't have lots and lots and lots of games that don't do well, like back-to-back. That was the reason why we got rid of the hard variety days, where I'd like rotate through like 5 or 6 games real fast. You know, just trying like just really off their stuff is... Unfortunately, those specific days were consistently not good. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So it was a thing that kind of... Like, well, it was fun as kind of those things of like, alright, this is not great. Hey, how's it going? So let's go ahead and touch up this spot I missed, because I got like the tiniest bit of lime still in there. It's not enough to be worth saving for anything. There it goes. Now let's go get the fertilizer and do that. I don't remember the last time I did a repair on this. Let's go real fast and patch up the equipment here, just in case, because I believe the efficiency of the fertilizer and lime game put down gets penalized when this thing's damaged. So you don't get as much mileage out of the actual stuff, and considering the price and some of that, we definitely don't want to waste it. But no, like that's very genuinely I've been in a spot in the channel so far as like deciding, you know, when I go switch up games, coming up with stuff. It's been a little bit of the slow season, just it's the nature of January, February, that time of year, that things kind of pretty dead around game releases and keys going out and all that, because, you know, everyone's just coming out of the holidays. So games aren't trying to push their products as much because they know people don't have as much money to toss around. Yeah, this thing was in bad shape. The tractor was fine. It was this fertilizer lime thing in the back. They kind of float back to some of the games you played in the past. It's a good time to like revisit games that people enjoyed on their channel, or play those games like Graveyard Keeper that, you know, they're really solid games but have no real viewership on Twitch. So it's a good time to hop back and be like, hey, check out this old game. Or like if I wanted, I could like hop back, play like Roller Coaster Tycoon or one of these like kind of way out there in left field games. It was a good time for that, but I haven't had many I've been like eager to play. Alright, so let's fill this up with fertilizer. Like a debated oxygen not included, and I've gone back and forth on doing that. I've debated giving Dyson Sphere program a try, and I've heard good things about that, but that's another one of those ones I've kind of gone back and forth. And part of that is like the survey we did a while back, that automation games, like the logistics kind of automation games, were one of the games that was a standout that had the most people like, yeah, I don't, like, that doesn't interest me kind of thing. Which doesn't mean we won't do it, but it does mean I take a little bit more to get myself to play those games. Alright, so we've got all the fertilizer picked up. Because we've had fun. We've done Factorial a little bit. We did a decent amount, like, it did a pretty good amount of Satisfactory on the channel for a while. The very last Lardine saying, automation games are another genre you like watching, but you hate playing. Yeah. They're definitely the kind of game that is not for everyone. I don't mean that like player skill, yada yada yada. I mean that you're either into it or you're not. And there's a lot of people who are just not into that style game. All right. Huh? What? What? Huh? Why exactly did we fail to fertilize those two weird rectangles of ground exactly? Those perfectly rectangular areas did what? Maybe. It's just like, you know, you're putting down the fertilizer, just like, why are there two chunks of ground that got skipped in the middle of the area? So bear with me, chat. I'm going to quickly use the restroom, and I'm going to be back here in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right on back. Okay, and I'm back. Oh, thanks, Pankraru. I appreciate that. Me as always, welcome here. Yep, we're just fertilizing this field, then we'll advance the day, and then it's time to go plant a bunch of sorghum. And we fertilize the field again, and then we fast forward until it is time to cash in. So then, I didn't check. You got a... It was the new update. That's not out yet for Cult of the Lamb. The named sex update, which does actually feature what you think it does. Not that it shows anything graphically. They go into a tent and then they come out with an egg and it's like, ah! And all sorts of weird stuff. Fingers says, it blows my mind how you have 100+ people watching you spread poo over a 7-hour stream. So, to be fair, the first half of the stream was RimWorld. So it's more for 3 to 4 hours of the stream. But yes, we are currently having 100-something people watching us spread poo over a field. Well, poo and other nutrients. You can actually use just poo. It's just not as good. These are pellets, not poo. Yeah, it's like the idea is it's like fertilizer pellets that, you know, probably are partly derived from manure, but there's going to be a bunch of other stuff in there. Ooh, that's actually pretty solid, Pank. On Pank's stream, it was chat spreading special poo instead. Yeah. Honestly, I say honestly, so I have the 2 Twitch integration streams, which so far I've said what I'd probably do is a stream that was nothing but RimWorld with TTK turned on, Twitch Toolkit, which is the Twitch integration for RimWorld, so utter chaos. Your self-promos? Oh, you've been good about sending out self-promos? I need to work on that. Manure Sludge works too, but you have to do it 4 times to get the application. Yeah. It's just a lot more work. Yeah, I need to be better about the promos kind of thing. Like that's the thing that there's been a couple things that have been recommended for me to do that I haven't been good about, but I need to. One is like once a month, update my thing saying like, hey, here's what my concurrent average viewership is. Here's like, you know, sort of the idea of what audience are in, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, 47 plus discords every day. All of your stream deck takes longer to write the promo than to post on the 47 discords. I actually don't really post on discords other than automatically, like when a lot of discords, like my discord has it now where people who are in the community, when they go live, it'll be like, hey, you know, this person is going live kind of deal. I've always been hesitant. Like, I used to post on a bunch of them, but I stopped doing it a while back. TTK is like, also, why do you have 500 boom routes? Yeah. Those are okay. But you make self-promotions good. Oh yeah, no, you definitely do top-notch job. Like when I see, especially when you're announcing something in advance, saying like, hey, this weekend we're going to be doing, you know, whatever event you're doing. You know, you got special art and everything. I'm definitely jealous of that. I should take the time to do similar. But also coming up with the custom art takes time that I don't give myself. Yeah, we are here for the poo. Watching Rual spread poo in Farming Simulator is watching him play is super chill and oddly satisfying for some reason. It's just, everyone calls their inner farmer where, you know, they go, you know what that smell is? Money. Yeah. I just gotta convince Tomb to do that. No. Do you think that? You think that's air you're breathing? Yeah. Like, that's the thing. You go to a lot of those places, and you're just like, you know what that smell means? It means a lot of money spent to make a lot more money out. Is Mo just passing your head on things and doing some recoloring? She makes it come out nice. Yeah. Like, I could take the time to do a lot of my own art. Like, I'm definitely not going to be able to keep up with Esh or anything. Like, someone who does this... Alright, look. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to be able to compete with, like, an actual computer graphics artist, but I do have a background in computer graphics. With some practice, I could get things going there. Because I make all my own thumbnails and everything. I don't make my own emotes. I pay for those. But I definitely, if I gave myself more time, could do it. Which is the whole thing about, like, the idea of taking another day off would be to work on all that. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. So I gave myself another day off to, like, record and edit YouTube videos and create better thumbnails and yada yada yada. And it wouldn't be a bad idea. Like, it really wouldn't. But, I don't know, I like the streaming part. It's my favorite part of the job. All the other stuff is not my favorite part of the job. Some of it is parts I accept I have to do, but I really don't want to part of the job. I.e. all, like, the contracts and, you know, catching up with different people and chasing down keys and chasing down sponsors and yada yada. It's stuff I know I need to do. But it's also the part I don't want to do. You'd love to do emotes, but you have the artistic talent of a toad. Yeah, and they're like very different. There's a lot of things that you can actually get wrong with the emotes. Like, you can make excellent computer graphic art, and then you go to do the emo and realize you've just done it in a way that does not work. Okay, so you're fine, you're fine, you're solid, you're solid. The animals are doing good as well. So it is time for us to sleep. Watching Rual play this game is so chill and relaxing. For me, they went and bought it yourself. Now you can spread poo on the farm. So it's funny because like when I first started playing this game on the channel, it did alright. Like it was one of those games that always did good-ish, but never great. And then like weirdly something gave in the last I don't know how long that it went from good-ish to like being the game that's performing on the channel more than anything else. Because keep in mind, peak Project Zomboid numbers was like 120-ish viewers most of the time outside raids or whatever. They post links to cool promo pick, the ones that came out really nice. Yeah, sure. I'm down with that. You have, well actually you have mods so you should be able to post it. I actually made it so VIPs can post stuff as well. But thank you for asking. Like, if you hadn't asked, it'd have been like, alright, hang on. But like, you know, asking makes it fine. Oh right, we need to sell wool today. Not this, drop this off. We sell wool, then we, no, actually, I take that back, pick it back up. Ignore me and my indecision. I can pick this up, start this putting seeds down, and while this is putting seeds down, I can take the other tractor. I'm not too worried about the wool overwhelming the weight on here. We need to set you to sorghum. And probably top off the seeds, because this might actually take more than a full seeder. This field is like half the size of all of my other fields combined. Or like more than half, probably like 2/3. So it takes a while. I wonder how that works if people aren't in your Discord, if they could still see that image or not. I genuinely don't know because I've never tried it. I guess if someone pops in and goes, I can't access this, then that would answer the question. It opens the browser? Cool, cool. This is one of the things that I've never tried it, so... Alright, so you get the sorghum down. I grab you. You're surprised it worked as well? That does make me nervous about the idea that if people ever posted like pictures they didn't want shared out, I mean, I guess it wouldn't stop anything. I guess there's no reason not to do it any other way. Because if someone wanted to share stuff otherwise, they could just screenshot or whatever. Yeah, no, I got that's a link to the image. I was just surprised there was no security on the image. Because one would imagine I could have a channel that has a sensitive image, and then, you know, someone could direct link. But at the same time, that means I'd have to have access to begin with. Can you actually go into your farmhouse? So that's actually a bakery. I know there are modded ones you can go into. I don't believe I have any, though. Like, I know I can't go into that, but I think it's the modded farmhouses. There's some of those you can walk into. Chopang the bus? Have you seen our bus? Our bus? The bus we sleep in? Oh, let's show you where we sleep at night. It is a wonderful place. It is a happy place. It is definitely not the place of nightmares. So, this is our wonderful home. It is wonderful. The door doesn't close anymore. Don't worry about it. But we've got ourselves a nice wood fire stove here. Our MREs. We definitely don't sleep on that mattress. That is just not sanitary. We've got ourselves a nice little work table here and some more MREs in the back. We do have a pair of wheels. Yeah, no, that mattress you look at and be like, nope. I will take my chances with the ground. Hell, I'll take my chances with laying on the springs without mattresses. I would rather take my go with tetanus than whatever I'm going to get out of that mattress. I don't know if this can move that, but we're about to find out. Alright, sheep, have some more grass. You know, get this out of the way. It's 12 degrees Fahrenheit. Minus 10 degrees tomorrow. Do you actually love it, or do you sarcastically love it? Because I could really see it go either way. Okay, I was gonna say, it's like I could actually see that going either way. Yeah, no, I much prefer the cold. It's, we've been fortunate that it's been, like, mid-50s to, like, low 60s. Minus 17 degrees Celsius here? Not interested. I like it cold, but minus 17 degrees Celsius, you're losing me. What is that in Fahrenheit off the top of anyone's head? That's like what? No, it's probably close to like 5-10 degrees Fahrenheit? Something in that ballpark? Just trying to do like the napkin math, as it were. .4 degrees Fahrenheit. Alright, that's pretty brisk. Like, don't get me wrong, I love my snow, I love my below freezing, but once you start getting down to those, like, you're reaching 0 to negative degrees Fahrenheit, it gets to be a little bit less fun after a while. You think minus 43 degrees Celsius was the lowest that was measured a week ago in Finland? Gotcha. Which the beauty of that is minus 40 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit's the same temperature. So it's really easy to quantify right around that range because you go, it's the same temperature. So if it's like minus 41 versus minus whatever Fahrenheit, it doesn't matter. Plus, you're getting to that point where it's just quote-unquote expletive cold. That's where it's, what are you bundled up in? Yes. Yes is what I'm bundled up in. If it was in the closet, I am currently bundled in it because, yeah. Think about the long dark. Yeah. I enjoy the long dark. I want, whenever they get that last chapter out, I have been debating going back. Like, that's the thing. There's a couple times I'm like, man, I can go back and do some long dark. But, you forgot we had the scary command? That's the beauty of it, is people were spamming it, like, every single time it came up kind of thing. And if people have calmed down with it, and that makes it so much worse. Because when you have a long time between it, it catches you off guard. Versus like when people knock it out like every whatever, I can't remember. There's a cooldown for using in the chat that's relatively short for like anyone using it, but each individual you have a much longer cooldown. So like you can't just use it like every 5 minutes or something like that. They both have cooldowns, but yeah. Oh, why what is with the scary? So scary we brought out for a Halloween stream that I played. It wasn't on Halloween, but for Halloween. That we played a stream of Doki Doki Literature Club, which, for the 5 people on the internet who have never heard of it before, Doki Doki Literature Club is a psychological horror game that when it says this is not for the easily disturbed, it means it. It is not playing around. It very genuinely, if you're someone who is not in a great state of headspace, it is a very bad time. It is a potentially unsafe time. But it's hidden as an absolutely adorable, like, anime visual novel looking thing. So it looks like this cute little anime visual novel dating game where you've got these, like, these non-age specific girls that you're dating. They imply that they're like probably late teens, early 20s, somewhere in that area. And you go to like this poetry thing where you write poems to, finagle the thing towards one of the dateable characters or not. But again, it's a psychological horror game. So it's got no nudity, no like adult theming in that nature, like you would expect from that style of game. Instead, it's got the other kind of, maybe not everyone does so well by the end of the game. You could take that however you'd like. I won't spoil. I will say, though, it is a game that if you are not someone in a good place of mind, it is, like, there is no exaggerating about it. It is 100% trying to be as clear as it can with you, being like, hey, you're about to be in for a wild ride of the kind you might not want to be down for. Let's see, you have so few jingly key redeems, unlike me, you have a ton, that I forget you do, the ones you do have. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing we've had to talk about, like, your channel where you're at, it's well-themed, like, that's kind of the, oh, wait, I want to drop this by the bread place. Like, it makes sense. Like, you go for kind of the silly, fun, kind of slapsticky type thing, which is good. Like, very genuinely good. And so all those fun redeems like that go very much in line with your channel versus mine with the chill vibes. I have to be careful on how much I do that. Right. Yeah. I would agree with Pankraro saying Doki Doki Literature Club is one of those games that the less you can know about the game going into it, the way more impactful, I think is the verbiage I'm going to go with, the game will be for you. But before you do, you pull up that trigger warning list and you look at it and just think, it's going to be in there. If it's on that list, it'll be there. And the game definitely goes from everything is chill to, oh god, WTF, what the, pretty fast. And it does a really good job of just lulling you into that false sense of security before decimating all of your emotions and making you really unhappy with a lot of your life decisions in that moment. Did you seriously spit out more wool right after I finished selling? Oh yeah, and for the record, they have a free version on Steam that contains the entire main story. Because it was free to begin with. They have since then also introduced a paid version that comes with a whole bunch of extra stuff, which is worth getting. The very last one says, "Jokes on them. Are very unhappy with your life decisions. Have you heard of being even less happy? Because they can give it to you." Hey, Sam, I get. Yeah. So for those who didn't catch what the Survivor Man challenges in this game. Basically, we started this game with that truck up on that hill there, that bus over there, which we sleep in, and a chainsaw. And we have built all of this farm up so far from nothing. And we started with no dollars, no leasing vehicles, and I may not take loans. Oh, for a moment I clicked on... Huh. Interesting. So it could pull stuff off the ground, or trailers and whatnot. What? Is that why you live in a bus on the hill? Yeah, we started with no money. We just had a truck. We drove. We found a bus on a hill, and we live here now, with the danger bed. Yup. Yeah. So eventually, I'll make a proper place to sleep. We're not there. Now, for the completely opposite end of the spectrum, for dating games that are not dating games, but kind of are dating games that you should check out. You should also check out I Love You, Colonel Sanders, a finger-licking good dating simulator, which is actually produced by Kentucky Fried Chicken, and is the most unhinged thing you have probably ever seen in your entire life in the best way. Even though it has the most absolutely over-the-top product placement a game could ever have. But it crosses many game genres. It is slapstick, silly, hilarious beyond all belief, and is wonderful at the same time. Can we say that canonically you didn't own that first landed tile? That we were a squatter? Yeah, we were just on the land, and we managed to negotiate with the landowner. They're like, hey, if you don't kick me off, like, we'll make this into a proper farm. Minus 39 below Fahrenheit with a wind chill of minus 61. That is what people die in. So this is the thing we wanted to check, because I don't genuinely know the answer. I'm going to take this in here, and I'm going to say before I do this, because I was told that repainting this made it worthwhile. People also died in Florida heat. You are not wrong. So if I don't repair this thing or do anything with it, the Forger wagon is worth 18,402. But if I go over here and I repair it for 40 bucks, what's its new price? I mean, it literally took the exact amount we repaired it for, so okay. Now, if I repaint it, which is 9,200. So just to be clear, if it is 9,200, this should come out to 27,642. I can't imagine this is worth it. Oh, hey, I got achievement. Look at Mr. Fancy Pants over there. Van Gogh. All right. So, actually, so for the record, painting it and repairing it, you don't lose anything. You don't gain anything. So, that's fine. It was, like, literally a wash. Good to know. Okay, so we have 107,000 and then ticking down. We sold the wool, and we talked about getting the bale, like the baler. So we would be getting this baler here. No, I'm lying. This baler here, so 57,000. So that'd leave us with 50,000 left. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So I'd have that one there. Oh, do I have to pay a different price? No, I don't. So I get that one there. And then for the baler loader, it's 50,050. All right, you have a good one, Pank. So if I do get that, oh no, wait, because we're gonna sell the straw. That's fine. All right, so what we're gonna do. I don't want to do that myself. We're gonna wait till we have to harvest the wheat. Which actually that should be soon, right? July. It's actually a little while yet. But in July, we're gonna wait till then to buy the baler or the baler wagon, whatever you want to call it. Because that's just what we're gonna do. That's all the reason I took care of the sheep right away. But what we could potentially do with that is if I can manage to wait that long, that would give me enough that I can do all that stuff. Facebook says very last. I'm not sure about the internet, but it should have it on my hard drive for someone else who had it on Twitch. What? Do different balers operate different efficiency or something? I have yet to see that. So the thing I did notice with the balers here is we had the different size bales that we're capable of. So like this one gives me the small rectangle ones. This one gives me a larger circular one. This lets me get an even bigger one. Now this one wraps it. So it's a smaller one that wraps it, a bigger one that wraps it, and then I don't know why you'd take one over the other. They look like kind of the same thing. They're the same price, so I think it's just different brands. Like just, you know, there are people who have attached it to a brand. Then we go for the larger one here. So this lets me get an even bigger bale that wraps it, an even bigger bale. And then I don't know what the advantage of this one requires less horsepower. I don't know what the advantage of one over that. This is high density, but I don't know what that means. But yeah, so it seems like the size of the bale you can do, and all that kind of stuff. But it does seem like there is some duplication on stats. I'm gonna take that last wheat and I'm just gonna sell it right now. Because that last wheat, or not wheat, the last wool will give me a little bit more money while that thing's seeding. I was literally just correcting my posture check too when you got that in there. I could feel that I was sinking. Come on. I'm hitting the button, I'm just having problems with this keyboard. I've got a tool coming in to fix it, but in the meanwhile, what is for most people their Q key is not registering nearly as much. Look at a tool I've ordered in to let me dismount it from the board and all that to pull it out, because it is one of those ones that can be replaced easily. So we're gonna try first just taking it out, checking the contacts, doing all that kind of stuff, and going with that. Because it's nothing like under like the actual keycap. It's something. I think what happened was maybe in the manufacturing, whatever, that they're not in there. So like maybe something got on the board, like dust or whatever, and a good cleanup will probably fix it. Because I am a little annoyed. The keyboard's only a couple months old. It hasn't been particularly. I'm not someone who plays a bunch of rage games and slams on the keyboard a whole bunch. I actually don't usually press the keys the whole way down a lot of times. So I gotta figure out what's going on with it. Hopefully it's not a problem because, like I said, I just bought it. I don't, like, it's not in the return window or anything like that. Your brother is streaming? Neat. Oh, my brother is streaming. I was like, your brother is streaming. He's like, I didn't know you had a brother. Yeah, but at the same time, I had my last keyboard, which before this as a software developer and all that, it lasted me like 8-9 years, the mechanical one, versus I bought a nice mechanical keyboard again, and it's like 3 months old, if that. And I don't care how much you type, a keyboard should last more than 3 months old. And it's not like I spilt a drink on it or anything else like that. Like, there's definitely a, hang on, this is not, oh, that had, like, nothing in it. It's fine, I'm already on my way. I just saw it stacked that way, like, man, are you kidding me? Yeah, it's like 21 liters. This is, like, basically no wool. It's gonna give us, like, 50 bucks, if that. Yeah, I'll sell this, bring this back, not pick up the next thing wool, because this is the day to sell the wool, which is the only reason I was like, alright, we already got a big chunk, let's grab it and sell real fast. We'll sell this. That's about halfway through that field. We could take over for it. Then I need to put the fertilizer down, and then that's done for now. And then we'll be on to harvesting those fields. I am probably going to be dipping into... Well, actually, no. I won't be likely dipping into it. If I do have to dip into it, it'll be just the first part. You found a big rip in your comfort? That's no fun. No big rip in comforter. That's not comforting. Let's see, Sam says, you bought a Max Nighthawk X7 in 2012. It's used about 8 hours a day, every day, and it still works perfectly. I'd say it has 30,000 hours of gaming on it. Even spilled drinks on it. Yeah, so I've still got the other one. I can't remember. There was a key that wasn't registering well on the other keyboard. Like I said, I've had it for like 8-9 years or some nonsense. And it's been my main keyboard, you know, whatever. And I had one keyboard I bought, like the same model that was for work, and was at my office and everything. And I'd come home and I'd game like all night on the other one. And neither of them had problems for the very longest time. Like the other one's probably still fine, that Toom was using it. But it had something like some of the keys weren't registering or something. No, it wasn't that. It was where the connection for the cable went to the back of the keyboard. It disconnected a couple times. Like, did the quick disconnect reconnect kind of thing, which I get it. It's a replaceable cable, but I guess the socket might be loose. I might genuinely just open that thing up, see if I can just like resolder the socket back to it. You know, see what's actually damaged in there. See if I can't fix it. It might just go with that, but I'm still gonna try and get this keyboard working because, like I said, it's outside of the return window. It's not outside of the warranty, but it's probably one of those warranties that have to like mail it off or nonsense like that, and then they'll be like, well, it's working just fine. It's like, no, you gotta push the Q key more. It doesn't always not work. Yeah, so genuinely, I think the other keyboard was it got moved around a lot. That I think it was the connector got worn out on it. Not the actual keys or whatever. The thing is, the connector was the problem. Because for me, like, when you get a keyboard that's like 8-10 years old, it's like, yeah, of course. Like, if it stops working, you go, yeah, that tracks. Sure. Of course it stopped working. It's 8-10 years old. But when you've got one that's like 3 months old and you didn't do something like put it through a wall or something, you're like, alright, come on, man. This should be working. Are you kidding me? Like, it'd also be another thing, like, if you bought, like, a cheap Dell, like, the old, like, the squishy pad Dell keyboards. Like, okay, I get that's not gonna be, you know, working forever. Versus when you buy, like, a proper mechanical keyboard from, like, a decent brand and everything, it's like, come on, man. I don't have, like, sky-high expectations or anything, but 3 months, it's not much time. Again, different enough as, you know, like, doing the thing where you, like, get mad at a game and just start pounding your hand on it, but I've never been that kind of person. Like, if I'm not having fun with the game that's frustrating me that bad, I'll stop playing. I'm not gonna break my own stuff. Stuff's expensive. So one thing I could do. So we could definitely sell the little plow. That's one possibility something we could do. I'm probably done with this thing too. Like I think I'll get the other stuff. I just looked up. I don't think you can even buy the 7X anymore. Oh yeah, that happens. I've had that, like, with my mouse. I ended up buying a bunch of extras. Not a bunch of extras. I ended up buying an extra of it and everything, just because it was hard to get a hold of, and I've been very unhappy with all the mice I've tried since then. I've jumped through a bunch, and like, cause I had a copy of the mouse I'm using, which is the, what are you, the G600. That I had a G600. I used it for like ages and ages and ages, and it finally stopped working well. Like some of the, I think it was the right mouse button. That's right, it was on stream. The right mouse button stopped registering. And almost got me killed in my big product Zomboid runs. So we took a pause from Product Zombie. That's actually, if you remember, we had started as Venus before I like properly stopped playing Product Zomboid. And that's actually what made me stop playing Product Zomboid, like taking a proper break, was you cannot play Product Zomboid with a dodgy right mouse button. Because you get your weapon up to hit the zombie, and your character suddenly turns, the other way to go backing up, and then you swing like the entirely wrong way because you're trying to time it, and now you're swinging past the zombie's right, and the zombie goes, okay, and it grabs you. But we got injured on Venus because of it, and I was like, oh, hi. You're going to sleepy sleeps?
Yeah.
That's getting to sleepy sleeps.
Was your cookie cake nummy?
It was nummy.
Yay.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, the G600 is the one with all the buttons on the side. But, so I took a break from Project Zomboid for a while because I couldn't play because I didn't have working hardware, and that's one of those games that making a mistake or having something go wrong, you could lose hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of game. It's just gone. So I was like, alright, well, I can't play. And so we didn't play till the replacement came in, which was a week or two. And in the meantime, I was using a keyboard or a mouse I was really unhappy with. That we just had laying around. It was like a nice keyboard I bought and I didn't like. And I did that again with another one around here that I didn't like, which, Toom ends up using those because she doesn't care. And I got frustrated and just bought like a replacement of the G600 because I really liked that mouse versus going through a whole bunch of mice I don't like, because I like the thumb buttons. And all the new mice nowadays, for the most part, have just the one or two. I had one other that I tried that a bunch of buttons on the left side, and I didn't like that one either. But that's been over years. I also tried for a little while. I was doing the vertical mouse. I tried that for a little while, and that was fine, but it took away where I was getting sore pain in my wrist and put in my elbow, and that was no good. I tried... There was another style of mouse that's supposed to be good for RTS that I liked it, but it had way too little limited functionality. Like, I liked the form factor. No, I think it was the vertical mouse. I liked the form factor, but you only had, like, the left and right click and the scroll wheel and, like, one other button. And so it's like, okay, I like it, but I do like having a lot of my controls between my two hands. So that way you don't have to do the whole thing where you're like WASD and like trying to like do this whole thing to like get to like the 8 key or something like that, or like lift your hand off to hit the 8 key or whatever. So I like having it split between those, especially with games that you get up to like 9 where you just have to like lift your whole hand and like touch the other thing, or like take your hand off your mouse and do it. Like, it's not the biggest thing in the world, but when I can just have it on my thumb, that's fine. Now granted, the games that have to like really rotate through the numbers, those could actually get pretty bad. So it says, you watch a guy who streams first-person shooters games, and his shtick is that he uses one of those ball mice that were popular in the late 90s. Oh yeah, no, I actually used a trackball. On the channel, I was using a trackball for the long time. Yeah, all of that was around to dealing with RTS. I still have that trackball. The issue with the trackball was like 99% of games, it was totally fine. It worked great. And then there was that handful of games that really it does not work great. Like, really does not work great. But the G500 too is cheap and has some buttons on the side, not like the G600. Yeah. Man, the trackball's here somewhere. I think it's here. I don't think that one broke. Did that break? I don't remember. I do remember another negative of the trackball was you would roll the mouse and it would just eat dust and dirt from anywhere. Like, because you look at a mouse and over a long period of time, it'll get like some dust and dirt underneath it you have to clean off. Like, after a long time, if it's a ball mouse, it'll just consume it. But like the trackball where it's like open up, it was just a vacuum cleaner. Like, you could have everything else dusted and clean, and it will just lift it out and it'll be like pads of dirt you have to clean off constantly. You just saw a guy that was declared dead for 14 minutes, celebrated being alive by playing a scratch ticket and won $27,000. Media asked him to reacting to the card, so he bought another another one to record the fake, and it was a 250,000 jackpot. This man is literally the main character. There's a famous dude winning the second on camera. Yep. Granted, before the first jackpot, it took 12 months of buying a ticket every week, but still, yeah, no, it happens. I'm suddenly thinking, it's like, that trackball's probably in this room somewhere. I'm not gonna fish for it. I just saw one cable over there. I was like, that's USB. That might be it. It wasn't. It was a USB extension. But yeah, no, I've tried a whole bunch of them, because that's also those things where the accessibility stuff. Wanting to try a bunch of different solutions for different type of, input devices. So that way when people are like, hey, I got this, this cramp that shows up in my hand. I'm thinking about getting this mouse. You're like, you don't want that mouse. That mouse isn't going to help you. But these other two might, like those kind of things. The only thing is, like, while people argue it's like the trackball is evil or the vertical mouse is awful or whatever, the only thing that we can universally agree on is the little rubber nub in the middle of some laptops. I think it was ThinkPad, the little rubber nub you use like a little joystick. That is the actual evil input. There is no redeeming characteristics around that beyond it is available. But they added touchpads to all those, so there's no reason for it to exist anymore. But that little rubber nub, the rubber would break after a while, and then you just had this useless thing in the middle of your keyboard, and it's not easy to replace. Like, to get the parts, like, I imagine just pop it on. It's probably not hard there. But, the precision on it is awful. Because you're, like, a full step removed from moving it around, because it'll, like, flex under your finger. Yeah, the IT days, I had to try, like, use every input device everyone had, so the number of trackballs I used over the years, the number of different mice I used, touchpads, the rubber nub, and the rubber nub was always the one I hated. Like, all the other ones, it's fine. You'd see the rubber nub, you're like, oh, okay. Now, granted, for most IT stuff, you'd just be in Windows, you'd just be like, Windows key, type the name, hit enter, tab over the thing, or, go, like, Windows key, CMD, enter, like, do what you gotta do, that kind of stuff, where you wouldn't need the mouse. But then, whenever you got to, like, proprietary software, there's a lot of times where it's like, what's the keyboard shortcuts? Yeah, it doesn't have those, or, I need to check this out, it's in this application. It's like, okay, well, I have no idea what the keyboard shortcuts, so I'm just gonna click on buttons. So fine. Like, tab doesn't do anything. Alright, well, fine. It's one of these. So the good news is we're getting pretty close to finishing with the seeder. When the seeder's done, we hit it with the fertilizer, which is really fast. And then that'll be this field all set up. We go forward to July. And in July, we start harvesting all of our wheat. Are you controlling this? This is right now on the AI. I could be controlling it. It wouldn't be that big a deal. But right now, with the money we're making, when it is one of those things of just, like, kind of going through the loop of back and forth, I don't mind AIing it. Because it lets me focus on the conversation and hanging out and not just be like, okay, alright. And for the record, like, there is a consequence of me using the AI. If you look up here, that money will slowly tick down. And it doesn't seem like much, but doing a field like this will ultimately cost me like 1,000 in-game bucks. Which isn't that much, but considering the money we were making, it was really detrimental in the past. Like, we had very early on in the run, I did a stream where I was sending the AI to do everything just because it was letting me multitask really well. And we did an entire stream that my profit at the end of the stream was $1,000. In a time when I was making like $20,000, $30,000 normally a stream. And I was like, oh, geez. You like the AI because it keeps the lines straight instead of upsetting my brain? Yeah, AI making bank. Oh, absolutely. But that was like, I had the plow that was like 2 meters wide. I had the planter that was like 3 meters wide. Or sorry, seeder that was like 3 meters wide. So where this seeder right here is twice as big as the one I was using. So imagine all the time we put in this one, but it's twice as much for this phase. And that where we had used like the large plow, and it probably got to around where we're at now, and then I had the little plow start just a little bit later, and it got to here. Yeah. Let's see, the AI thing is an in-game thing? Yeah, it's an in-game thing. The AI can actually be dumb as a box of rocks sometimes. If there is any type of anything less than perfect, it'll just go off and do its own thing. Like, it'll skip entire sections of the field and all that. But if you have a solid, it is a nice shape with nothing to conflict with it nearby, it'll just go back and forth pretty reliably. It won't do it nearly as fast as the player can, because you can see it's doing these like really nice 3-point turns and all that. Versus as a player, you can just quickly do a donut at speed, like half donut at speed, and just go right around. But then, you know, you kind of mess up your lineup here and there, and it ends up being all over the place. Which is fine. You still get the same output. The AI is very meticulous. But yeah, if I have something like a tree near the edge of the field, it does not like it. Like here, if we hop over... Yeah, so like this one, if we were to look at it, when I get over to this field, for example, this field, the AI won't do this whole area here. This whole area, like here on the end, it won't do because this building's too close. If you look at this rock here, when the AI is going up the length of the field, from like here to here to like there, it'll completely skip all of that because it's just too close to the rock. So it is not the greatest. Yep. Oh yeah. So that's the thing. When you get to middle to late game, you either have to make the days super long, or you have to depend on the AI to help you. Which all it is, you just jump in the tractor, you push D, and then like as long as the job the AI knows how to do, the AI will just take over. Like I said, it can be a real mixed bag sometimes on how it goes. But like the cleaner and simpler the job, the better the AI will do at it. But yeah, you can just cut it loose, and like I said, it does take your money to do it. And so if you have like really teeny tiny tools on a hard difficulty, you'll lose money to the AI. But if you're on easier difficulties or you've got enough upgrades, it's worth doing. Like right now, me having the AI do this is borderline lazy. I can do this myself. Actually, I'm going to. Yeah, so like I've just taken over now. Like I can do this myself very easily. But it is one of those things that, you know, when you've got 8 or 9 things you need to get done in a day, it's good to like take the AI and just like grab one of the easier tasks and be like, AI, I know this is a monotonous and easy task. You do it. So instead of doing like the 3-point turn that's all fancy but takes a minute, we just zip around real fast and turn around. But my rows aren't nearly as clean as the AI is. It's also kind of a cheeky thing that like it's really hard to do a lot of these tasks in the dark because you just can't see what you're doing. But the AI doesn't actually care about light or dark. So when it's like, oh, I need to fertilize this field, but man, it's so dark. You just go, okay, AI, go fertilize the field. You're good enough. And it'll get it done without missing spots pretty well. Look at all those lines. Can we have the AI back? Yup. Don't mind me, I missed the spot. But yeah, so you get the idea. Like, you can outrun the AI. You can even make it so, like, a lot of the spending is more efficient and all that. And it's worth doing it, like, if you don't have a bunch of tasks that need doing at the same time. It can be worth using the AI. I turned the AI back on. But it's definitely one of those things early on, especially if you're doing, like, challenge stuff, that the AI will eat a decent amount of your profit margins. You watching your dang AI go off the track driving in circles for at least 30 minutes? Oh yeah, we've talked about the AI most of the time will do all right, but yeah, sometimes the AI is rough. Be cool if you get, I mean, if we're gonna get to like leveling and all that, I would rather we gain levels before the AI do. Come on, there we go. I'd rather we had like some type of leveling mechanic before they do. Like that'd just be kind of a nice thing, like, you know, slightly improved gas efficiency or slightly improved speed. It wouldn't make sense. Like I get why for a simulation style game it wouldn't make that much sense to do it. I could see the argument for stuff like you get a slightly better, you know, pay rate for this commodity or that you're selling. That's like, okay, that the idea is you are better at negotiating, so you get a slightly better rate for just selling raw wheat versus you'd have a separate skill for selling like first level processed goods like flour, and you know, you'd have like a different price for like final commodities, you'd have a different price for buying gas, a different price for maintenance costs or whatever. I could see all that kind of stuff, or reduce the rate that wear and tear happens. The idea being, you know, your driver isn't just like slamming the mechanisms back and forth, that they, you know, got a much finer touch to it. Maybe improve the efficiency of the rate you go through seeds or fertilizer or whatever like that. But it wouldn't be a thing that necessary. I wouldn't want them to spend the time on that. More meaningful would be more crop variety, make the AI, you know, smarter, stuff like that. I would love to see them add, you know, like pests to the game. Whether that's like molds and mildews or, you know, insects or whatever. You know, one of those things you can turn on and off. But give yourself like a handful of different ways of dealing with it. You know, you can use like an insecticide thing in the sprayer. You can use stuff like wasps or ladybugs and that, because those can, you know, get rid of a lot of pests. You could also potentially have something along the line of like a sister cropping kind of thing. That you grow like onions nearby your other stuff and a bunch of your pests will stay away from it, or whatever. You get the idea. You'd have different ways of dealing with it, that if you grew this crop in a close enough proximity to this other crop, that you wouldn't have the pests from the first crop if it's a vulnerable crop. Hey, Vitez, how's it going? Z Bentley says, some Reddits has interesting bots. Yesterday you asked a question in a game Reddit and someone answered. I said thank you to him, and the bot said, "This is a bot. This guy is a dev member. Do not harass him." Excellent. The bot tried. There was an attempt by the bot. Good morning. There is a placeable that is in the base game that improves the efficiency of the AI. There is a placeable that is in the base game that improves the efficiency of the AI. Okay. So a placeable in the base game. So I assume it would be under construction if it's a placeable. Do you have any idea what it might be? Because I haven't noticed anything that would, to me, imply either under tools or sheds. So that's weather. Alright, so it's definitely none of these. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yeah, none of these imply that. And are we sure it is not a mod? Because 90% of the time when someone tells me there's something that I'm just like, I haven't heard of that, it ends up being a mod that people have just been running so long they forgot it's a mod. Which is fine if it happens. Yeah, it sounds like a mod. But yeah, so we've got here, so this thing is, this improves the weather forecast. This is a pressure washer for cleaning dirt. That's a vehicle workshop. You've got gas and electric, you've got a weighing station, and then you got a vehicle workshop, which is the mod. I'm pretty sure that's a mod. It is a GPS dome. I am like 90-something% sure that's... 95% sure that's a mod. Because it wouldn't make sense to be under containers and silos. It's definitely not a farmhouse. It's not under the production stuff, I know that. It's not an animal. Decoration, I was like, maybe. But I don't see that. It'd be, like, don't get me wrong, the game's terrible at hiding things. It's definitely not under lights. It's definitely not under fences. Wow, there are a lot of fences now. It's definitely not our painting. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that's a mod. Like I said, it's probably one of those things that's a mod that you've been running so long, you forget it's a mod. Which is totally fair. I do the same thing in RimWorld where it's like, oh yeah, you just do this. Wait a second, you need the allow tool for that. Never mind. One of these days will give you a suggestion that is a mod. Yeah, that's, especially Farm Simulator, it's like 3 times per stream. It's like, oh yeah, why did you use this? Wait, that's a mod. Like, people be like, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that's vanilla. No, wait, that's a mod. Now, earlier we had the one that was the sprayer. That actually was a thing in the game. That it was, where were you? Was the crop? Yeah, so it was this. So this actually was in the game that we were like, oh, maybe that's a mod. And it did end up being in the game. But yeah, the vast majority of the time. So it's like, oh yeah, you can solve this problem with that. It's like, oh wait, actually that's a mod. It's a quality of life mod. You just want a mod to make your tractor pink? Hey, that's totally fine. I'm honestly surprised that there's so many restrictions around the paint colors and all that. No, so Omega, the way mods work in this game is it doesn't use the Steam Workshop, it has its own built-in thing. It works mostly the same where you look up a thing, you go, you click I want that, and it gets it set up. So it works relatively well. The only place it kind of doesn't work great is multiplayer. It doesn't do versioning well, in my experience. But it is built entirely into the game. But yeah, it's only when it comes to multiplayer versioning. If, say, like, the server you're trying to log on to has an older version of the mod that you also have, you have to, like, uninstall your mod and get the older version kind of thing. That can be a significant pain. But that doesn't happen very often. Most of the time, people try and keep up to date on their mods. Is multiplayer popular? Oh yeah, yeah. I would actually say, I don't know where you put it. I don't think more people play multiplayer than single player, but I wouldn't expect it to be particularly different. And like, what does it look like? Oh, multiplayer. So generally, when you play multiplayer, what'll end up happening is over here on the left, where I've got like, here's my livestock and all that. You'll have a extra set of tabs. That'll be like farm. And so you play on the map, and you can either have that you each have your own independent farm, and you're like living in your like the same world, but like, you know, for all intents and purposes, you're just kind of sharing the world, but participating in your own stuff. You can have where you all work on one farm or anything in between that. And you can actually have a pretty significant amount of people. So like where you noticed earlier, I mean, actually you weren't here for it. So earlier on, because of how long it takes me to plow this field, I had this blue tractor all the way on one end of the field plowing, and I had my yellow and green tractor with a smaller plow on this field. I could do the same thing where, like, I'm working on one process, I have my friend or whatever working on the other process, and you can do that. It could also be those things that, like, I could be harvesting the field over there, one of my buddies is driving up while I'm going back and forth and doing the lines, driving up next to the harvest, I fill up the trailer on the back of them as we're driving along next to each other, they spin off when they're full to go drop off, you know, repeat. So it is basically you're both participating in the farm stuff together. And you can also work on entirely separate projects for the same farm. Like, I could have this field as kind of like my baby to keep track of doing all this stuff, and meanwhile they might have their own fields they keep track of. It is interesting. Now, I will say, I feel like for the Survivor Man challenge style thing, that probably wouldn't be the most fun to do multiplayer. I could be wrong, because when you start the run, you know, you could both have chainsaws, be able to pick up everything and all that, but it would be a little thing. Big saying, oh, my bad. It is actually part of the precision farming mod. Just took a look. Like you said, been using it so long, forgot it was actually a mod. Yeah, now granted, the precision farming mod is like half mod, half DLC, sort of a blur between the lines. But yeah. Yotsuki saying, oh mama, my solo project Zomboid run with a mod that turns some zombies into sprinters at night. Starting spawn in Louisville. I'm shaken. Oh yeah, I still don't do sprinters in that. Like I've messed with them on and off, and I've demonstrated I can do them. I don't enjoy them. Well, let's see. You don't know how to really explain this, but like, would you mostly play with close friends or join a server where there's quite a few people who you might not know? You could go either way with that. Like it can be one of those things. Like for example, if someone's running a community server, like there are friends of the channel who have on and off run farm sim servers that you can join in where you probably don't know 90% of the people, but you have, you know, you have a shared community kind of thing. That I could totally see. You could hop on a random map with random people and all that. I would worry about trolling in those ones. You know, you can limit what they can do, but that doesn't mean they can't significantly inconvenience you or whatever. Did you love the precision mod? Save tons of money on seed, fertilizer, and lime. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I've had people bring it up, and part of me goes, that's interesting, and then part of me goes, when they're talking about, it's like, oh, we have all this extra stuff, they're like, yeah, I don't know. Because on one hand, I do enjoy a decent amount of complexity in my games. On the other hand, that complexity can very easily not be fun. It can really go either way, depending on the specifics. Okay, so we're about to finish seeding this, then we fertilize it, then it is time to fast forward to harvest time. But yeah, no, I can see it do it either way. I think for me personally, I would want to stick to either playing with the community you know, I suspect is going to be like decent to play with, or I would be playing with my friends. I don't think I'd jump into some random lobby, because I feel like, for one thing, if you're in some random lobby, one of the things you have to worry about is someone is ultimately running that server, and if you don't know them and they decide to shut down the server one day, it's your progress is just gone, which is one of the downsides of multiplayer in general, is if whoever is hosting decides to stop playing, they have the map. I don't know if there's a way you could download the map from them or whatever to use in your own, other than having them copy the save file for you or whatever, zip it up and like give it to you. But that would be one of the things I'd worry about. I also don't want that close to the field to be another obstacle. Let's see, it actually makes the game simpler. It puts all your fertilizer on a single pass rather than needing 2 passes. Gotcha. Yeah, the thing I had heard about is like there's different soil types that are more suited for different crops and all that, which I think is reasonable. I actually think that is interesting. It's something I might mess with. Maybe if we hit a point in this run that we're like, yeah, you know, we're happy with it, like let's put a pin in it, let's do something new, and people are still into the game, I could see switching over to that as a way of mixing it up. Alright, so let's see. I've got that. Where is the fertilizer? Where did I leave that? Is it still over here? It might still be over there. Oh, I see it. It's over there. I was trying to remember where I left my my lime wagon. Let's see. You know there are plants that always show as bad fertilizer because of their night fixers, so they don't need fertilizer. Yeah, that's something to potentially mess with at some point, is do a precision farming run. We'd have to see if we want to start something like this challenge again, but precision farming kind of things. And just go with that. Because that's the thing we're doing right now, is this is a challenge run where we started with $0. The $0, a chainsaw and whatnot. No tractor, no trailer, no nothing. Alright, so let's get this down real fast, and that'll be this field fully fertilized. How many hours deep am I in this run? I know I could check when we get out of... Oh, actually, I think we can check here somewhere. $118 hours. We played a little bit. You didn't think it's that high? Yep. Keep in mind, if you're trying to compare this being like, how much time does it take to play this game? That we were doing a challenge run, so the early game took forever compared to what it would normally take. Because normally you could take loans and leases to get your better equipment to go faster. What does this represent to you? Oh, like a week? Oh no, that's more than that. So like I stream, on a typical week I stream about 66 hours nowadays. It used to be way more, actually, I think it's less than that now. I think it's like 54. But either way, yeah, and you do contracts and all sorts of stuff. So you have a lot more going on, so you wouldn't just fast forward time, and you know, you wouldn't struggle like trying to do a field with the tiniest equipment possible or anything like that. You could very quickly get some upgrades going and expand. Yeah, no, 25 hours a week-ish would be not unreasonable. 25, 27, somewhere in that ballpark. Give or take a little bit, because we did have 1 or 2 streams that I farmed some of the entire stream, or, you know, that. But of course, on the other thing, like, there's a counter argument. There's some days I didn't farm some at all. But yeah, so it's been a good couple weeks we've been playing this. Like, that's, like I said, that's the thing that's been surprising me, is I've been really enjoying this. And people not only keep turning out, but honestly, we keep getting better and better numbers. Just like, it's been kind of a slow climb in this game as opposed to, you know, a lot of stuff, you know, a lot of other stuff has been more mixed bag where some stuff does well, some stuff doesn't. Like, this has been doing better than RimWorld has been for a while. I feel like it hits a really good kind of niche of just being a very chill game that you can just kind of sit around, have conversations with all that. You know, I also think a lot of people are pretty burnt out on watching RimWorld in general. Like, it's a great game, but, you know, since like the hot potato, a lot of people have been playing RimWorld and all that, and I was playing a bunch of RimWorld leading into the hot potato, that people just kind of wanted to see something different. Now, I do understand there's people that this just isn't their jam. They want something that's got, when I say more active going on, that it's stuff like there's more conflict, I guess is the better answer. So I'm saying, when you start work, it's a great game and a great streamer just waking up with. Well, that's the thing. It's like, it's a nice relaxing game. If you miss 5 minutes, it's not like you have no idea what's going on. Like, you'd be like, oh, okay, I missed a stream. Oh, okay, so they got another building. Cool. I'm caught up with, like, the big thing that happened. That's not the button I want to technically accomplish the goal, but not really what I was aiming for. You know, versus, like, RimWorld, you might miss a stream and go, where did 8 people go? What happened? Why does the colony look different? Or, you know, you miss it, like, the colony dies, and then you feel like you need to go back in the VOD just to figure out what happened, which is fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying, one of the advantages of this game is if you miss it, you don't feel entirely derailed like you do with a lot of other games. Like, especially story games. Story-driven games where you miss a stream, sometimes you'll be standing around like, who's that guy? When did he show up? Where's that lady? What happened to her? Why are we on this random planet? What's going on? When did our character get this big scar on their face? And, you know, it can be one of those things that you're just like, you can't get into it. You just fallen too far behind. It's actually one of the reasons why I find a lot of times, for me personally, I'm very hesitant to play games that are story, like primarily based around a story is like their main focus. Unless I can knock it out in just like 1 or 2 or 3 streams. On Rimworld stream, you left a colony, you came back to a whole new colony. It happens. Yeah, no, that's exactly how Rimworld goes. Like, wait, what happened? Everything in your colony looked great. When did all this fire show up? Why is everyone dead? And it'd be like, oh, well, there's 4 raids that happened back to back, and then there was this infestation, and then this person went on a fire starting spree while everyone else is injured. And you're like, wait, all that happened in like this little time? It's like, yeah, it's Rimworld. That's actually one of the reasons why I don't do TTK regularly at all, is that is just normal Twitch integration Rimworld, is just, you blinked, everything changed. There's now 10 new colonies, and 8 people died. Or 10 new colonies? 8 people died. The OG Mana said, I love being able to know that most nights of my week will end up sitting back in my chair, winding down, watching Farm Sim, and partaking in good conversation with all of you. Yeah, so it is one of those things, I definitely don't want to make Farm Sim like an all-the-time thing. Like, it's still a variety streamer. But at the same time, I've been really enjoying this challenge. And to be clear, like, Farm Sim's numbers improved once we started this challenge. Like, when I played in the past before this, it usually did okay. Like, it was never bad, but just okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. It says, TTK, someone started a siege, another one called in sappers, and a third person called a drop raid. Yep, and 5 other people called in support, like allied support. And you're just trying to, like, hunker back in, like, your little room, just letting the entire world implode outside of you. You'll have like 2-3 people running around with doomsday launchers, which are more likely to kill their own people than the enemy. All within 20 seconds, no doubt. Yeah, they'll start getting the thing where it's like, you can't do this. You already did a negative thing. It'll be like, all right, well, toxic fallout. Okay, you're allowed to do that. You can fix that, by the way. There's a friend of the channel, Alanorama, who does really well with TTK, like the setup they've got there. Which big part of that is, they don't disable, like, all the negative things, but they definitely put pretty heavy guide rails on it, on what their community can and cannot do, which is necessary, because otherwise everything catches fire at the same time, and it's a bad time. Okay. So drop this off. There we go. Yeah, now TTK is quite often a troll fest in RimWorld. But that's also true with all the RimWorld Twitch integration available. Is it usually does become an absolute tire fire. And even when it's not, it's just one of those things that it's so frenetic, you're just chasing around pawns the whole time trying to do everything. Again, unless you take the time to really limit what people can do. And that's fine. How are the animals? They're doing okay for right now, because we do want them to ride out being cool for a little while. So that's all sorted, that's all sorted. I need to go over here. Pick up the bread. Bring it around and drop it off. Worst thing I ever did was got like 20,000 coins and spent them all in a single drop raid. Yeah, a lot of people, it's kind of the meme to sit there and just drop like... Because like, the game considers it a positive to drop like an army of chicken or ducks or one of the other fast reproducing animals. But it is one of those things that when you kind of learn how it works, you can actually get ahead of it really easy, where you just go animal slaughter list, add the ducks. Tell them to like put the eggs in, you know, in the freezer or whatever, so they get ruined by the freezer where they just become food. You can get ahead of it pretty easily. That you have to have people really coordinating doing it. But if you don't know how to deal with it, or you just don't have the people available to do the animal handling, it can very quickly get out of hand. I didn't check to see what was on sale yesterday. Everyone knows what was on sale was like 2 balers and all that. That's fine. We remember today. I mean, We've got a giant windrower, which is actually not bad. We do have the roller. We have the roller for cheap. We have the roller for really cheap. That's not a bad spend, but it would be the the baler or this. We wouldn't be able to do both. Okay. So I do think we are committed at this point where what we're going to do is we're going to get the baler. We're going to get the one that lets us do the 180 centimeter. So that's this. There's nothing really customized we care about. Like, you can switch your tires. It doesn't mean anything to me one way or another. And this thing, I thought, only uses 100 horsepower, so we can use that. And then the next thing we can do here is, that's the baler. So the next purchase we'd have to make, which I can't quite afford this moment, but I'll sell like one bale and it'll be sorted, is... Oh, it's not July. Okay, so we're fine. I thought we already advanced in our month. So let's pop over here. I'm really hoping in 2 seconds we don't see the baler on discount, because if we do, it'll be too late for us to solve that. It's fine. Yeah, there's a reason why with the Twitch integration streams, I'm gonna do just 2 streams of it for like the month, you know, even as a redeem. Okay, so don't have things. Okay, I'm not full of instant regret. I was worried I was gonna be full of instant regret. That luckily I couldn't afford it, so I can't be full of instant regret. That would have been nice. This would have been great if we had the money for it, but we wouldn't anyway, so it's fine. Alright, so what we're going to do here. Oh, I need to repair you. That... Okay, we'll probably be okay. So, we're probably going to have a bad time dealing with that. Aren't you away from a forage wagon? We already sold the forage wagon. Like, we sold the forage wagon to help get us up. Yeah, so we're going to go repair this. And then we're going to set it to be on this field. And what's going to end up happening here in just a minute is we're going to get this thing all set up. We are getting ready to hit the end of the stream and all that kind of good stuff. It is getting to be about that time, but don't go anywhere because we'll find someone for us to drop a raid on and all that. But I'm going to go ahead and repair the harvester, get it into possession, do all that kind of nonsense. But what's ultimately going to happen is I think we'll be okay that I'll probably be able to get the round bale. And even if it takes a little bit of finagling, I should only have to get 1 or 2 of them on that there. And we should be able to get that money happening. But I could also see for the sheep taking the time to make a couple of the really big round bales of grass, so I could just drop that into their feed area. Because of how much grass that represents, it should make it so I don't have to drop them off like once or twice a year or whatever. And they'll just pick away at it till it's gone. So the good news is we're getting a lot more stuff to make things more efficient and more profitable. The bad news is we're still not getting a lot of the machines I really want to get upgrades of upgraded yet. I could see potentially the next 85,000 going for another tile of land to be the place where we get like a bunch of grass or whatever in the interim. Save up, get a windrower, do that nonsense. So we can put our baler to use and get ourselves a little bit more income. Not a huge amount, it'll just be regular old grass. But, more income. And once we get that, we can save up our money to get the bigger harvester and all that. Once we get the bigger harvester and all that, then it would make sense for us to invest our money, or then it makes sense for us to get our next fields and all that, and our cultivators and all that. We do need to get our upgrade tools, but we are getting more equipment. So we are making progress. All right. Oh, I didn't know the combine itself could drop produce when it's damaged. That's interesting. But yeah, the point is, you don't let it stay damaged. It straight up costs you money if it's damaged. You repair it every time it goes time to harvest. Like, eventually, there's, I believe, a semi-trailer you can get. You can, like, load up the combines and all that on there to, like, haul them back and forth. Eventually, we'll get that so I can run that back all the way up here to make this faster so I don't have to drive the combine. It could also be when you get the bigger combines, they might be a little bit faster, so you only have to do this once in a while. Or not once in a while, it won't take as long. Because the downside is they do actually have, with the modded map, I can actually go and get a repair place that I can put anywhere on the map, but the thing I don't like about it is it's the mod and it makes your repairs free. Okay, there might be. I would be fine with that, as long as it's the actual price, because the idea of having free repairs, it's always like, what, do I just, like, weld up the part with no material cost? Like, how does this work? Alright. So I've got that in position. And I think that'll be the point that we're going to hit the save button. So you're getting low on water and all that, that's fine. And the reason that's fine is this is going to be the in-game month. We get a bunch of other stuff. Here, you know what, actually? I'm going to go grab the, I'm going to go grab our baler and repair ourselves. It just gives you access to the thing inside the store. Yeah, and that's fine with me. I'm A-okay with that. Because that's balanced. That's just basically giving me the same expense. I just don't have to drive as far. Pretty soon we're also going to go here and start putting down our pavement and everything. You know, make this place nicer. Shorten up the one field that's a little buggy. I know I've been saying that forever, but it's also one of those things that, like, I want to be able to stabilize so we're getting solid money more regularly. Versus the one giant payout at the end of the year. Is the combine chopping straw? It should be. It's not. Why are you not chopping straw? Hang on. We didn't turn that off at any point. There we go. Good catch. I can only imagine I must have hit a key on accident and disabled it at some point. Because I need that straw. That straw is where we're going to be making money. Well, slightly more money. It must have happened. I don't know if sorghum gives you straw or not. You recognize the texture? Yeah, no, if I would have looked at it, I would have noticed it as well. But I just was like, go. All right, let me move. It doesn't? Yeah. Sorghum does not make sense. But yeah, the whole reason I'm actually going through this is for the thumbnail on YouTube later. Oh, I need to get gas while we're here. All right. Remember set the Bale radius? Cool. We've got the automatic Bale drop when it's full. Why are you driving so slow? Alright. So I know that tractor's about to fill, or the harvester's about to fill up and all that. But I just want to go ahead and get this going real fast. Again, for thumbnail screenshot for when you're going to post this on YouTube. There's a good chance I'll have to switch over to the other vehicle. This is kind of one of the things I was hoping, is that this would be enough so instead of having to do like every single thing and like do laps back and forth to the drop off again and again, and just quickly just race up this way and deal with this. Yeah, so my hope is we'll get enough of these rolls that I can sell the rolls to get the auto loader, the auto bale loader, whatever the thing. It's not the mod thing, it's like literally built in the game, just pick up the bales. There we go. Okay, and with that, what's going to end up happening is I'm going to go ahead and save real fast, and then X out of the game before I forget. But, as a reminder, I do stream 6 days a week, from 7 p.m. EST till about 4 a.m. EST. So that's the reason we're wrapping up now, but don't go anywhere. We're going to go ahead and drop the raid. Unless you're on YouTube or TikTok, at which point you're not going to drop a raid, because those aren't things that exist on those platforms. But all 3 platforms, don't forget to follow and subscribe and do all those kind of things. And I will catch you later, TikTok. And I will catch you later, YouTube. So thank you again for people tuning in on both those platforms. And then finally, for all of us over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and switch to my end